Hey, it's live stream day. Satisfactory. I know that some of you have been missing this particular game or series, and I just want you to know that I am hard at work trying to finish off Factorio, and then I will be live streaming this beast many hours a week, and we'll be pushing really fast through this. So appreciate you guys' patience, and if you do check out my Factorio stuff, thank you. If not, no worries. I will get back to this. I will put more time into Satisfactory than you can probably handle. So enjoy the relative time off until I finish Factorio, which should really only be a few more weeks. Let me catch up on chat, and then I've got a little announcement for us all. VCan, Jimmy, how's it going, guys? Yes, it is the morning in the EU. Rhino, hi Ken, and all great news. I just got the all clear from cancer. That's crazy. That's crazy good. And that's amazing. I don't know really anything about your personal story, Rhino, but that is always good. Sorry, I've been quiet for a while, getting used to, wow. Yeah, I mean, I would be quiet if I was having to get used to that too. But hopefully that's all good news, man. And no matter what, you can hang out here. Peated Scotch. Yeah, I do have the Lagavulin tonight. Are you going to try adding a couple of drops of water? I didn't know that was a thing. I don't really have any water. I do have some iced tea for after the Lagavulin is gone. Well, I won't drink the whole thing tonight. Also, just so that everybody knows, I am sipping whiskeys on usually Saturday night for sure. Lately, I've been doing Friday and Saturday. Hey, Glenn. So if anybody wants to join, you're welcome to. A couple of quick things. I will be getting a camera probably after my Satisfactory playthrough when I transition to my next game. This isn't the announcement. So we will be able to drink whiskey together on a camera. Well, I'll be on camera. You probably won't be. So that'll be fun. I'll look into that peated scotch. I've never heard of that, and I'm scared to do it live, I guess. So we are going to be doing the shard tonight. We are going to be working on the city. We're going to walk through that, but before we even get into the game, actually let us go ahead and actually get into the game. Uh-oh, I made a mistake. Usually continue is fine, but I had loaded a different save to work on the tutorial video. So this is the wrong this is the wrong file. So I just got to load the right one after this finishes. But I'm going to load this in so that we don't have a bunch of noise, like that loud factory cranking noise. Yeah. This is wrong. Nobody look, there's nothing to see here. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. All right, let's load this up. The winners, and a lot of you may already know this, especially since I blasted it on my Discord, but the winners of the Satisfactory Fixmas contest have been announced, and I took 8th place. So that is right here. So if you go to their Discord, first Troll Dan, which is a crazy cool setup. It was done by here, let me see if I can zoom in. Nope. It was done by a team of people, but yes, it was very cool, and I got 8th. So I'm pretty happy with it. Papu the Hut, thank you for the 800 bits. And actually, there it is right there in the background. So that is the beast. Am I partnered with Twitch? No, I don't get enough viewers yet. I'm working hard. I have the partially partnered thing where it's not partner, it's something else. I can't remember the name. So I do have that, but I'm not officially partnered. I need like 100 to 150 average viewers while I stream for like 2 months before I can do that. What I want to do, and the reason that I wanted to stop the loud factory noises, is I want to watch the announcement stream from Coffee Stain Studios. So I've got it all queued up. Let me turn off the music. And yeah, it's pretty fun. I did check this out already on one of the streams during the week, but yeah, here it is. Let's take a watch. I will chat a little bit about it here and there as we go. And yeah, this is my first React content, reacting to the developers giving me 8th place on a contest.
Prower, not power. Miles T. Prower 91. GG, keys will be coming your way. I know who you are. Number 8. Congratulations. No, I don't want to update. Yeah, reject non-essential. Thank you. Congratulations, Construction. Or do you want me to say construction just very fast so that the I may be an O? Construction.
Either way is fine.
That's probably correct. That is loud for me. There we go. This video is 6 minutes 31, so I will do some light skipping. Oh, can we get this in a higher quality, please? Bam. Can we do that without blowing the stream up? See? Easy. Absolutely fantastic. So, we have the future. It's skyscrapers built in the sky, which is grandiose. And again, very futuristic for the first. But
I'm not sure that I don't know if he was playing a, kind of playing it up a little bit, or if he wasn't really, I don't know how familiar he is with Die Hard. I'll say that.
Where's the Fixmas vibe? Where's the Holly Jolly Spirits? Oh, it's just text. Holly Jolly Spirits. You start seeing some of the standard like red and green going on at the base of this little skyscraper. And then, as we get a close-up, you do see Nakatomi Plaza.
There you go. So I think he did.
Nakatomi des. More candy canes. I learned that word today. Nice. God. Winter. What are they called? Snow. That's what they're called. Snow sprayers. Thank God. Thank God that they aren't more broken than they are. Is all I'll say. You don't need to know more than that, chat.
So I actually saw, I couldn't find how to show it again. I don't know why, but I was reading his chat the first time I looked at this earlier in the week, and there were, let's just say, there were a lot of jokes about the snowmen. Like, show the snowman again, and somebody made a comment that he's going to start to repeat and then stop himself. That was hilarious. It's exactly what we were going for with the snowmen.
But yeah, snow fluffing, bringing the spirits alive. We've seen this. Let's jump and let us enter the plaza. The snowman. No, bro, no.
So I'll let you imagine what the comment was. Snowman started with a B.
That is not an okay label. We shall enter the plaza. Bro, snowmen are made of snow, okay? They have a lot of snow to dispose of. It can be perfectly safe for work while they do so. Geometry, chat. Even geometry is hypnotizing.
Get it? Geometry. I mean, I think it was hilarious.
The question is, are these gifts just running around in a circle forever?
Yes.
And the question is yes. And fireworks. And the answer would be yes. Yes, they are. That's their fate. Spinning forever and ever and ever. A little spinny section here still. And is this snow also produced, so to speak, by the snowman? No, you know what? I'm not gonna fall to your level, chat. I'm not gonna go down that low. That'll be fine. It is pure, healthy, unsuspicious snow. Where are these presents heading? Well, into a lift, obviously, but where's that lift heading? Is the real question. Moving up a floor, color change.
The one thing that I'm a little bit like not sad about, but like the music is such a huge part of this video. I mean, I get it that he's just watching them without the sound on, but like without the music, a lot of this doesn't make sense. Like without the music, I would have probably made this half as long, you know? But it's all good. I mean, it's still really cool to have my stuff on there, you know? But there is a piece missing. Like if you haven't seen this yourself, you can check it out on my channel. I'll maybe post a link after if anybody is interested, and you can watch the whole video with the music and everything. I think it turned out really good. I'm pretty happy with it. And the crazy part is I made the video live, so you could also watch if you really wanted to know. You could watch it. Watch me actually make the video.
Yet another floor. Vibes are going. You see how it's so big and yet so neatly organized? I still don't understand how people have the patience for this. Fixmas or no Fixmas is like...
It's really easy. It's called blueprints, my bro.
I don't get it. By the way, chat, teach me as if I'm gonna pause here. Candy canes like this? I don't actually know. Are there candy cane pillars, or is this just clever use of candy canes? Like visually? Or are there actually like candy cane colored pillars? It's pipes! Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. It is...
The new guy really doesn't know anything about the game. It's kind of funny, actually.
Piperinos. Holy moly. The more you know. Every day is school day, chat. You'll be doing a lot of teaching, by the way, in the foreseeable future. Full-on non-stop, or full-on disclosure, full-on like transparency. With no snoot here, you'll be my teacher next.
All right, so he skipped me. I'm going to skip him a little bit.
I'll just say it right now to be less cryptic. The reason I'm doing this, trying to get this out before 5, is because at 5, you may have no choice but to know who the winners are. And yeah. Final little nice shot. Clean winter sky. Saturn, or...
Sadly, it wasn't the final shot.
Whatever planet that is. Probably not Saturn, because we are very, very, very far away from Earth. And that is Construction placing in at 8th.
He skipped the doggo! The doggo at the end is it's so sad. He can definitely skip the fireworks. But the poor doggo, that's like the next, like, couple of frames, I think. But that's okay. The doggo at the end. But there you go. 8th place. I'm very happy with it. I was, like I said, I was happy to just be... Oh, let me reset my sound levels. 1 second. Should all be set. I was very happy to be in there, and I haven't been reached out to for any... you know, keys yet or anything. Not that I can see, but I don't know. I'll think of something to do. I'll give them away. You know, I don't think there's a lot of people that, I mean, maybe there's some people that watch my content that don't already have Satisfactory. So maybe we'll find something to do. I'm open to ideas there, but I definitely want to give those away to you guys. He's got a unique personality. You know, maybe he'll grow on us a little bit. Okay, here we go. I'm opening the Lagavulin. Let me see if I can get this open and make a little noise for you. One more time. Oh, it's very quiet. Doggo plushie. Yeah, so that's all first place. First place gets all that stuff. All right, I'm pouring the Lagavulin. I don't know if you can hear it. Oh, I was trying to make, wow. I was trying to make a good pouring sound, and I poured way more than I intended to. So, also heads up, whenever I drink this, I make, surprises me every time. This is a peated scotch, and if you've never had that, it's like drinking a campfire. So, it's very intense. Also, my wife gave this, I have a tumbler, I have a set of Star Wars tumblers that have like Star Wars characters kind of glass etched on them. She gave me Jabba the Hutt, so I don't know if she's trying to tell me anything. Die Hard is now a Fixmas movie. Yeah. Who was that guy? That guy, that's the replacement for Snut and Jace. He's the new community manager for Coffee Stain Studios. So that was the Coffee Stain Studios dev stream. The state of the dev, the community highlights. You know, if you've ever watched that with Jason Snut, that is who that is. He works for the company that created Coffee Stain, and they were the ones putting on the contest. All right, so okay, first drink of whiskey for the evening. Okay, now let's talk about this. I did not realize the scale at which the math and the design work on this would kick my ass. It's not perfect, but this is very difficult. This has been very difficult. So much so, this is not the Japanese whiskey. I'm drinking Lagavulin tonight. Eye in the Sky. I do think Snut and Jace had a certain way about them that I think really fit with the Satisfactory crowd, and you know, we got to give the new guy time. He's still finding his feet. He definitely needs to learn the game though. Like he does need to learn the game. I think he's trying to make that like his shtick. Right, but like that he doesn't know the game, but I think he needs to learn the game. But yes, this is a peated Scotch, Eye in the Sky. So this has definitely been kicking my ass. There's been some issues at all times, and I've been in the weeds on it. So I appreciate you guys like patience as I kind of work on this and figure it out. I've gotten a lot of help from you guys, Eye in the Sky, some people on, a lot of people, right? Giving me really good kind of additional sources of information on how to make this work right and how to at least get it close. So I didn't realize we would bog down so hard on it. I might have not chosen it, but we are where we are. And we have, I think, 3 walls left to put in. Okay, and so this wall here, this wall here, and this wall here. All right, and so we're gonna put those in. Then we have to kind of put in the connections between the walls, kind of the gaps between them. However they're done. We did do one of those already. That's right here. And I think this looks really good. And then I really do. Sorry, I drank a Red Bull before I started and it's fighting over the peated Scotch down there. But we're okay. So I really do think that we're going to be able to finish up the walls for sure. And then what I want to do is start focusing on this area down here, getting this ready, because, you know, we're gonna have a lot of, you know, when we start putting the floors in, I kind of want the lobby and the garage loading to already been done. And the shard looks to be one of the similar ones. Actually, I don't know. I feel like, let's take a look through those, by the way. So here's the map. If you haven't seen, we're right here at the Basics Factory. This is the city map. The big cylindrical building in the center is right there. And then the Fixmas factory is down here. And then this is the 4 factories that are our next task, and we're still working on this one here. So I can walk through, obviously, the shard. This is the shard. I tend to think that this is going to be the hardest one, except for maybe one of the other ones. But the problem is every single side here is different. Hold on. Something is making a hell of a lot of noise. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I can't tell if it's a cat or one of my children. My wife is still up though, so she can handle it. But yes, this is the shard. And so this, like I said, the problem with this is that every side is so different, and there's a lot more going on here than it first looked. Now, having said that, that may be true with the other buildings too. Once we get in there, it might be harder than I think. So that's very possible. Having said that, I do think that this will probably be the hardest building that we do. So, you know, for instance, this one, I don't think this one's going to be that hard. You know, I think that, you know, it's straight up and down, first of all, right? There's some kicked out angles, right? Like at the bottom, we'll have to find this angle here, you know, but I mean, this is a 45 degree. We can do that very easily. There's a wall that does this angle here, that's the same, you know, same thing here. This one's probably, maybe we can do one of the, like the 2-to-1 here, I think might work, you know. And so I think that this is actually, I mean, it's a lot of work. I'm not saying it's going to be like easy, but I don't think it'll be as complicated as the shard. You know, I think we'll be able to get into a rhythm, and I think I'll be able to use what exists in Satisfactory, you know, in a pretty straightforward way to make this look like it looks. So I'm less concerned about this one, to be honest. And then where is the is it this one? No, that's one of our, there we go. So this one here, so this one here is a little boxy. Somebody sent me, I think it was it Eye in the Sky? You were like, why did you pick the worst looking picture that you could possibly find? Here, let's see if we can find a better picture. Somebody was complaining about the picture that I chose. John Hancock Building, Chicago. There's 2 John Hancock buildings. We're doing the one in Chicago. There's apparently one in, here we go. Open to new tab. There you go. So this one, I think too, yeah, the diagonals all seem 45 degrees. I think so. I think it's going to be easy. That last one. This one here has a little bit of what we're doing with the shard, you know, this very slight angle. But after the shard, I think this is going to be easy, right? And then I think we'll do like 2 radar towers right here up on the top. It'll be black. I think I'll use more of those windows that have more metal on them, I think. And then I like this crisscross stuff that's happening. Where's the other one? This crisscrossy stuff we could do with pillars on the outside of the windows. I think this will turn out really good. So there is the computer factory. Oh, this other one I don't think I mentioned. This one's going to be the aluminum factory. So these two I don't think are going to be that big of a deal. What I want to do for the steel factory though is a whole different story. So I want to do this. Probably not so much these blocky buildings down here at the bottom, probably just this swirling tower. So I actually, when I decided I wanted to do this, they still had the building outside of the, sent you a new one in Discord. Yeah, but I couldn't find it, Eye in the Sky. I mean, that was a week ago in Discord. There's a lot of stuff that happened since then. So I just searched for it again. It's all good. But yeah, I don't have that message. Would you? You know, I'm a very important person, Eye in the Sky, okay? And I don't have your message from a week ago, all right? So this one here, like I said, I felt more comfortable building this back when we had the building outside of the blueprint trick. Now that that's gone, or at least it's gone in the form that it was before, I'm a little bit less confident that I'll be able to do this. But I think what I'm gonna end up doing is basically like building this. I think what I will do is a lot of blueprints. I think I can make it work. And essentially what I want to do is, with a set of blueprints that lock together, be able to build one of these sections, and then I'll rotate everything 5 degrees, and then I'll build it again. And then from the center, rotate 5 degrees, build it again. And I think that this will give us the twist that we're looking for. But this one is going to be hard. But I think once I crack it, you know, it'll just be a matter of work. So yeah, actually I did lose those, Eye in the Sky. So yeah, those are our 4 big buildings. That's going to be the steel building. These 4 right here. Hold on one second. Let me pull this back in. I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt and I don't know why it is hot as crap in my room. I'll be right back. Well, I mean, I do know why. I have 2 huge computers banging away in here, and I'm drinking whiskey, and I'm a big fat guy. So, those are the reasons. Okay, but I feel better now. All right, we got the work shirt on. Also, I am smoking a brisket tonight. So, yeah. I'm actually making pastrami. I've been brining a brisket for 2 weeks in a pastrami brine, and it is on the smoker for tomorrow, and I'm gonna make pastrami sandwiches with a homemade pastrami, and it is as good as you think it sounds, let me tell you. So we never actually put in that other piece. All right. Is that the only one we forgot to delete? Yeah. Yep. Exactly, rotation will do it, but with the newfound BP maker bug, it should be easy to make a massive BP of the complete circumference of the tower. with the newfound BP maker bug. So it sounds like you're talking about something that I haven't heard. So did somebody, and if by somebody I probably mean Pobcac, find a way to build outside the blueprint maker again in vanilla? When you say new, I'm just wondering what you mean. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see what this looks like. Bring up our tools here. You did last time? I don't think there is a new one. If I said that, I didn't I don't know. I don't know if I meant to. Okay, so here it is. And this should be straight across. And see how yeah, it's got a straight angle here. Let me find the other. Oh, it's one of these. So it's this wall here. See how these are all off on angles, right? But this one wall right here, or this is a better picture. Everything is a funky angle, except, and this is one of the reasons it made it so hard, except for this wall. This is the one we're doing right now. So, I should just be able to square it off and go up. And we may have to make adjustments because things aren't perfect as we go, but I think this wall, I'm hoping this wall will be relatively straightforward. We'll see, because you know how that goes around here. Yeah, I don't know if there's a new one, Eye in the Sky, and if I didn't mean to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something. We need to, let's do straight across, maybe. Oh, let's go up. Yeah, straight across. You did do it. Not say don't remember with the beams. Yeah. I mean, I remember that, but I don't think it's proof that there's a technique that can be used outside. So, like, what I would say is, what I would need here. Let's do an experiment. Let's do an experiment while I am not exhausted. All right, so what I want to do is recreate what I did before, and I was thinking about this. I think that I did do something on accident, and but I don't know. There's a big difference between being able to accidentally or occasionally build something outside of the blueprint maker that works, and turning it into a system that you can employ to build the types of things I was building before, right? But let's see here. So if we're gonna, let's try just using some basic shapes. Well, first let's recreate what we did before. So I did this before on accident. We go up 40 meters. Oop, that was 39. And then we need some power. Unlimited power. And I don't know if it's because it's attached right at the border or what, but if we go like this, then we build it over here. You can see we have both pieces, the 40 and the other part that we built on the outside. So how can we use this perhaps? I mean, I haven't seen anybody else do this. I haven't stolen this idea from Pobcac like last time. So I don't know. We're making this up as we go. You guys might, so if anybody else has seen something like this, you know, let me know. But I was thinking about this week. But I just didn't know if just because we can do this doesn't necessarily mean that we can make use of it, I guess. That's the hardest part, right? You know, there's a lot of, you know, same thing happens in the real world. Somebody may come up with a new technology, but the application of that technology can be much more difficult than the actual making of the technology in the first place. So that's what we're going to try to do. So let's save this. Let's clear. And so what I'm going to see if I can do maybe yeah, so we can't do that. So no luck. No luck there either. Okay. All right, what if we there's something special about beam itself. And then what if we okay. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how to make use of this. Step 4, and maybe this would be all we need. Can we do it again? We can't do it again. Might it be helpful to make a blueprint that, you know, maybe we can make another blueprint that attaches to this? Yeah, so that's what I was trying to figure out. Can you replicate that with other things like foundations or just beams? I don't see how else we can do it. Well, it looks like the beam doesn't have to connect to a beam. What about pillar? No luck on the pillars. It's like just a beam, but unfortunately, what I was hoping for is if we can use the beam as a connection point. But no luck. Right, and then we could attach anything, any other blueprint that we wanted to on top of it. What we need is a way to attach a blueprint to another blueprint. Because I can't build on this beam either, because this beam is definitely now being considered part of the blueprint maker. So it won't let me build it. But it's pretty interesting. I don't see anything that's quickly and easily done. That does not mean that it can't be done. Popcac did say he was working on something, but it wasn't ready for prime time. But I don't really have a chance to watch his live streams, so I don't know if maybe he's already come up with something and I just don't know what it is. And to be honest with you, I just happened to not accidentally, but sort of just catch his stream or his a video on the other one. I didn't even know who he was. I just saw this video with like 200 views on it, and it looked interesting. So I was like, oh, let's see what's going on. And I saw it, and I was like, oh my god. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe he has something else. If you can't attach anything anymore after you already breached, it must be one piece action that goes outwards, and you can't chain more stuff off to that. Yeah, but what I'm wondering is if we could replicate that action to other things more useful than just a beam, like another blueprint. Right, because building one beam outside the blueprint maker isn't going to really do much. I need to be able to build an entire set of stuff outside of a blueprint to really make it shine. Okay, so let us continue. I don't want to use this one. I want to use the original one we were using. Blueprint 72. What's this one? Stonewall Tilt 2. So we want Blueprint 72. You guys like my naming? I think it's super helpful. I can absolutely remember that Blueprint 72 is extremely important. We want it. Oh, well, we need to this up. I am greatly enjoying Factorio, mostly not because I like it, although I'm not saying that I hate it. But you could at least make a blueprint of a super long beam in a specific angle. That would have been useful. Yeah, but I tried doing a blueprint of a beam. Even if it's a blueprint of another beam, the only thing that seemed to work is when I naturally attach a beam. I don't think I can do any blueprint attaching with or without a beam is sort of where I'm going with this. But yeah, so my Factorio play is sort of a love it, hate it. I am definitely obsessed with it. But I've learned in my life that as long as I'm obsessing about an okay thing, that's actually when I'm at my best. So we'll go ahead probably and do 2. Did I overlap those well enough? Yikes. I wonder why it's off in that direction. I wonder if we... Oh, because it's in blueprint mode, probably. Huh. But like I said, I'm very much looking forward to kind of finishing it off. And then doing... Yeah, why are you like that? Why are you the way you are? I hate everything about the way you choose to be. Are you at least even? Yeah, you're even. Woohoo! Oh, oh, oh. Factorio. Is that like Rufio? So yeah, I've and what I want to do is kind of take that obsession with Factorio that I've been doing and bring it to the Satisfactory city. Because it's really nice, like it can be, it's very difficult to, like, I just start getting the hang of things again in this game after about 4 hours, and I get on a roll, and I really only have about 4 hours of good work to do. By then I'm tired, okay, and then and then it's over. And by the way, I do have company coming over tomorrow because of the brisket, and so I probably will not be able to do a 12-hour stream tonight. And I know that it's sad, but the amount of satisfactory content coming your guys' way is going to be insane, okay? So, you know, watch your movies, watch your Critical Role episodes, get your shit ready, because it's coming. All right, that's all I can say. I gotta finish Factorio. I gotta finish this tutorial video that I worked on Thursday night, and it's coming, because when it goes, I'm gonna go. Okay, we're gonna be building. I mean 6 to 8 hour streams. 5 to 7 days a week, because that's what I've been doing with Factorio. Here, let's look. Okay. So 11 and a half hours last night. This was an editing stream, which I may not really do very many more of those. I don't know. We'll see. If you guys like them, I'll do them. 6 hours, 8 hours, 11 hours. Here's the last Satisfactory stream. 12 hours, 11 hours, 9 hours, 6.5, 7.5, 12 hours, and then there's a Satisfactory stream, right? So look at all of these Factorio streams and imagine them all Satisfactory streams. Okay? Now, having said that, I haven't really been for a walk or gone to work out in a week. So, so I do, you know, I gotta, you know, I'll have to do a little bit of that. But, you know, I am obsessed. But we'll be attacking this the same way that I'm attacking Factorio, and it'll be actually much easier for me because I won't have to kind of remember what I was doing and get back into it and try to figure that out, you know? It should go a lot faster. If this is gonna do the same, actually, you know, it was very easy. Just blueprint mode, get you lined up, flip you around, and then tap taparoo. Give it a tap taparoo. Just tap it in. And then I do think that I will do another Factorio playthrough one day. You know, when I don't feel rushed, when I kind of haven't I mean, let's be fair, guy. Let's be honest. I've absolutely bitten off more than I could chew with these two games at the same time. But you know, what are you gonna do? I'm only a man. And like I said, I still, I get it. If you really want me to watch the Factorio VODs, I'll do it. Just no more hypnotizing advertising, please. Who's doing the hypnotizing advertising? Me or an ad? There may be ads. I actually have no idea the ads that play on my channel. Apparently, you know, you guys, you know, may like them, or at least some ad companies think that it's the right thing to play on my channel, but I don't know. Coming together. I think Eye in the Sky, I think that you may really enjoy watching me build very poor Factorio factory modules in real time and make fun of me. I mean, that sounds right up your alley, Eye in the Sky. Like peak entertainment for you. I'll definitely post some pictures of how the pastrami sandwich is. So I posted a picture on my on the Discord of the pastrami as I was putting it on the smoker this evening. Oop. And then I will probably need tonight to take a 2-3 minutes every hour or two to just run down and check on it. My wife's keeping an eye on it for now, but she's going to bed at probably around 11 midnight, and so I just kind of want to make sure that nothing's on fire. Small detail. You'll find me and eat my brisket. I've had not viewers, not since I started my channel, but I've invited over like friends, online friends that I've made and stuff to my house for barbecue. So, yeah. Officers, basically fellow officers in my MMO guilds. I think we're about ready to move over a notch. Bum 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 bum. So I'm settling a friend? No, I think I was implying that you're not. All right, whiskey. Ooh. Speaking of officers, shameless plug / segue, I am actually still looking for officer help in the MMO that I plan on playing on the channel after I finish Satisfactory. Maybe I should incentivize that officer search with brisket. Yeah, you guys want to talk about that? We could look at that real quick. Yeah, let's look at that. I'm not gonna do the whole thing, the whole video. We'll just look at here. Let's use the browser that doesn't have ads. We'll just look at very bright. It's bright for me. The last few seconds of the Satisfactory trailer. Coffee Stain Studios. Here we go.
So viewers, thank you for joining us.
Okay, so you don't really need any sound. But
For this year, and let's have ourselves another great old journey.
so there's definitely a hypertube junction coming. So it's interesting, like I wonder if you'll be able to you'll probably be able to use your arrow keys to determine which way you want to go on it. So that's what that is right here. And then, yeah, deleting. Now, you're not really getting anything useful out of them. I mean, it's like screws and plates and stuff, and, you know, iron rods and reinforced iron plate. But, I mean, that'd be really good early game. Like, early game, sure. Like, reinforced iron plate, like, first hour of the game, I'll take it. Ooh, that had rotors on it. Even better. Right? So, yeah, bring that shit on. That's fine. So yeah, and then there's the hypertube. So notice this big balloon thing. Yeah, the Y junction. Yeah. Notice this big balloon thing. Currently in the game, these are predetermined destination like the trains. Oh. Interesting. Currently in the, I'll have to see how it plays out. Currently in the game, these big balloon things are indestructible. But not anymore. So there you go. Those are the three things that I see in the trailer that I think everybody's really talking about. The Y junctions, the dismantling of drop pods, and the removal or the destructibility of that big boy. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the party, pal. Well, I appreciate the super chat of $2. Losing control. And I will forgive you for being late. This time. Okay, let's keep on keeping on. Autosave. Let's get this shit started. Oh, it started. It's definitely started. So I'm sure you saw Losing Control. I did talk about the fact, the place that I got in the Fixmas contest. You saw that, right? We also went over the trailer for the changes to Satisfactory that are coming. Ooh, Lagavulin. It hits just as hard every time. Kind of like forget what I'm about to drink. Well, that doesn't help. Eye in the sky. Tell Tula Mordu, the perfect middle ground between too much Pete and too less. Silky going down the throat, giggity, but only if you bought the bottle 10 years ago and forgot it. New bottle is shit. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really help me because I definitely didn't buy one 10 years ago. You know, but good tip, good tip. It's a really accessible, you know, information there. Almost put me to sleep. You were dozing here at your desk. Oh, the stream. Golder Light, that's a nice cheese grater you have there. Thank you. My mother always told me I had a nice cheese grater. Good of you to notice. Oh, the middle on the left? Oh, this one here? Yeah, is this your first time seeing it, Golder Light? Oh, I don't think so. You got a star next to your name. Yeah, you're a sub. Oh, I don't know if it was gifted though or not. Oh, this is your first time seeing it. Yeah, there you go. This is the centerpiece building. I am making a city. So this is the initial building, and it's cyberpunk themed. So hence all of the teal and purple. We have freeways. I've got another building right here. This is actually my Fixmas building. It is Nakatomi Plaza. Die Hard is a Fixmas movie. So we got roundabouts down there, roads, and everything's looking good. So what we're working on right now is one of the factories, and so I'm just trying to get it up. This one is shaped to look like the Shard in London. This one I think we can do a little something there, get them to work. So I'm trying to get this done so we can actually build some freaking factories in this factory building game. Freaking Factorio people joining my stream, giving me shit about, like, oh, Satisfactory is a architect builder game, not a simulator, not a factory builder. And I'm like, you know what? First of all, yes, because that's exactly what I've been doing. They're just mad it's 3D, right? They hate us because they ain't us. Your child's from London? Nice. I've never been to London. I have been to Europe, but I've never been to the UK. I would like to go. I would like to go sometime. My wife's been to Scotland when she was very little, but I've been to, I tell the story all the time, so I apologize if you heard it before, but I went to Germany, Vienna, Prague, and Budapest. Hey, look, it's lining up. Nice for once. I think I was telling the story last week. Each of my buildings are gonna have a real world inspiration. This will probably be, I mean, this is not supposed to be the gherkin by any means, but I did take some, I took the design element of having the sort of the diagonal coloring spiraling down a little bit from the gherkin, and then the 2-1-2-1-2-1 I think looks really nice, which the gherkin has a little bit of that as well, right? Almost like a thicker stripe and then a half-size stripe as it goes down and rotates. Obviously the structure itself doesn't have that egg shape, right? It's just a cylinder. Although there's a viewer, I can't remember, and I apologize the name, but one of you freaks actually made the gherkin in the game, and I was like totally jealous. Here, I'm gonna see if I can find it really quick on my Discord. I can find his message, but I can't find yours, Eye in the Sky. Don't ask. Don't ask why. Yeah, so there's a good shot of it. Here we go. Yeah, this was made by a viewer of mine. So the slow tapering on the way up, incredibly difficult. I actually have no idea how he did this. Like, to get this, I mean, he's doing slight angle changes as we go, for sure, as he goes. But this is very, very difficult. Like, I'm doing difficult stuff. This is, I don't know how he did this. Now, maybe, I don't know if he's using, you know, Infinite Nudge or Micromanage or something like that. I don't know, but that's Simrian, by the way. Simrian is one of my longest channel members. If you go to Scotland, try Haggish. Even though us English bant about Haggish, it's pretty nice. Haggish. Isn't that sheep intestines? I'm making a joke. I know. Yeah. I thought it was haggis. Yeah, it's haggis. That's haggis. What's haggish? I don't know. Are we talking about the same thing? Can you just spell it with an SH? Yeah, early in the morning, not really awake. That's okay. It's late at night for me, so I'm not really awake. Gonna be even worse here soon. Yeah, it was a typo. Well, you wrote haggish twice. I actually did know what haggis was. I thought maybe, at first I thought, oh, he means haggis. And then I thought, oh, maybe that's a city. And then I thought, oh, maybe it's just, you know, a spelling that I don't recognize. It was just a typo. You people on the other side of your pond and your silly way of spelling certain words. You know, like the color of aluminum. That one we can probably save. Little halfy nudge. I actually, to be honest with you, I also really like streaming Satisfactory. I like stream. Oh, let me be careful here and be exact in my wording. I really enjoy playing Factorio, but I really love streaming Satisfactory. And I think the difference is because, and part of this is because it's my first Factorio playthrough and I'm doing it live. And so I feel a lot of pressure to kind of learn quickly and to figure out the game. So I'm sort of always really concentrating, and it's harder for me to do what I like doing during my live streams, which is like tell stories and hang out and like talk shit and make fun of Eye in the Sky and get trolled by people, right? So that's a little harder in Factorio just because I'm still learning the game. So that is actually one of the things that I'm really looking forward to when I switch to the MMO, is that there'll be a lot of kind of relaxed, chilled downtime, kind of like there is right now, where I'm just kind of like, you know, I'm just building this stuff, piecing it together, and I can have a conversation. I can hold a conversation, you know, while I do it. Bum, bum, bum. This is really hard to do in Factorio because I'm constantly pushing myself and constantly trying to figure that out. The window broke. The chat window broke on YouTube. The last thing I saw was Eye in the Sky saying, "Thank you for bringing me laughter." Let me catch up, guys. I was watching it, but the stupid window stopped updating, which happens all the time. I have a backup chat window just because of that. BMC, hey Ken, how's it going tonight? Me and a buddy just finished most of our outer train network. Took roughly 10 hour sessions, and we are likely only a third of the way done with the whole network. Nice. Evening, Shard looking good. Sounds like you want to start putting machines in there tonight. Probably won't be able to put machines in there tonight. I probably have to do a bunch of work on the outside and get the lobby squared away. If we can start squaring away the lobby, I will be a happy man. And stop building these damn walls. Lucid Control's gonna be right back. Okay, Sooner. Okay, that was a double insult and put down. Very well done. Haggis. Yeah, no SH. Yeah. It was just a typo from Golderlight on Twitch. Question of the suggestions for the other side of the city that's still undetermined. Do the suggestions need to be metal, glass, skyscrapers, or something concrete also qualify? The biggest thing is tall. The biggest thing is, where'd my mouse go? Tall and skinny. Okay, so I don't want any short, fat buildings. I could write up a little kind of key that I'm going off of, but really, I want tall buildings. You know, because I want a dominating like skyline. I need something that has space in it to fit a factory. So some of those suggestions, you know, are more like spires, and they don't really have surface area inside of them to put a factory. So we got to be careful of that. And in general, I want something that is futuristic and tech looking and cyberpunky. One of those suggestions, I can't remember what it was, but it was very organic looking, and it almost looked like honeycombs, but not like a technological honeycombs, like actual like nature, right? And so that probably wouldn't fit, but that's generally what I'm looking for. But I don't really care if it's concrete, metal, or glass. I'm good with different looking stuff, as long as it fits those other criterias. Those are the ones that are more important to me. Now I'm building my first aluminum plant from one single bauxite pyramid. Had no idea it was this complicated. Yeah, it is. Just it is possible to reuse the water in your recipe, but if you're having problems, you can definitely just turn it into concrete with you know, the wet concrete recipe, and that's definitely a you know, a solution that you can do. I promise I won't look down on you or think lesser of you as a person if you decide that that's what you want to do. Go to light, not our fault. You guys cannot pronounce the English words properly when your ancestors came to the UK. Well. I think we should bring back the Mid-Atlantic, the Mid-Atlantic accent. Make people feel poor again. Okay, so I did make another one of these. Is it perhaps number 73? One after 72? No. I made a halfie. What about 74? Also no. Ooh, okay, well, it's fine. I'll just delete more things. I swear I used that. All right, yeah, what is this? Oh, that's just a deleted 72. What's this? Shard window side small. All right, so I think we just trim, and we're good. Let's see. I can little nudge. Perfect. I didn't even have that meeting this week, my work meeting that I thought I was gonna have. I have to do it now at the end of February, which is actually very inconvenient because I'm gonna be at a conference, and now I have to freaking come home early from the conference and do that stupid presentation I was supposed to do this week. But I played Factorio instead, so it all turned out okay. Well, actually, I think I edited. Yeah, I think I actually edited. Some people think I'm mad. Oh, no. Well, it's so, I mean, yeah, it's always hard over, you know, text or to get people's, you know, how they really feel, but it's all good. A no Castle Del Monte, that's nice and thick, but nice shapes, and that in flat concrete with neons. I could also see a cyberpunk, but it's short and thick. I mean, you know, In general, probably not, but maybe we make the other side, you know, maybe we could change it up with the building. I don't know. I put the extra water to refine iron ore and make screws. How do you like me now? Oh, okay, Sooner. Oh, he took the extra water from aluminum, and not only did he not use it within the aluminum factory itself, he took it and made screws with it. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to end the stream early and go throw up. Thank you for the $5 super chat, okay, Sooner. But yeah, no, we tend to talk I enjoy talking about the differences between, you know, like cultures and stuff like that. I think it's super interesting. Oh, hold on, losing control. Gifted 5 construction memberships. Eye in the Sky was gifted a membership by losing control. Wow. Dwayne Stothard, My Mum Bakes Cakes, Kyle Smith, and James Hogg, all gifted memberships by losing control. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Losing control, I really appreciate it. And Ray is here too. It is definitely a party happening over there on YouTube. But I'm hanging out with Golder Light on Twitch, so you guys should definitely feel jealous. But yeah, I do enjoy kind of having those conversations, and I think it's interesting, you know, the fact that, you know, especially like United States, Europe, and Australia, you know, obviously all, you know, mostly English speaking, but a similar culture, you know, different languages in some cases, but a similar culture. Yeah, but also like very different. And I think those differences are really interesting. You know, and I like finding the things that me and or you take for granted, that we just have no idea the other person or the other culture has no idea about. I don't know why. Those are particularly interesting to me. Oop. And we've gotten into plenty of arguments about the metric system, so, you know, and I got Eye in the Sky over here from Germany, right? Eye in the Sky? Always, you know, talking massive amounts of crap. Some of it deserved, some of it deserved. Tax is not included. Yeah, in the price of things, sales tax. Well, we have, and again, I'm gonna say this like the way I'm gonna explain it as just information about my side. This isn't a comparison of that it's necessarily better than the way it is over there, because I don't actually know a lot of these kinds of details on the way it is over there. But we have many different layers of government that are for the most part independent. All right, and so what'll happen is like the state and the federal, their income taxes. Well, there's also city and county, and those are different taxes. And then there's also school districts, they get a tax, right? And so, and again, California is very different structure than Texas, which is very different from New York, right? There's 50 different systems within the United States. And honestly, probably the best way to think about it in a lot of ways is that the United States is similar to the EU in that sense, where the states, there's a lot of independence between the states, like a lot, way more than you might think. And part of that is just because we're so big and the cultures are so different. You know, I could drive, you know, 3 hours one direction, and geography too, you know, and that makes a big difference on policy. You know, for instance, like, why should somebody determine housing regulations on the East Coast that has hurricanes when on the West Coast we have earthquakes and fires and they don't? Right? So I in general am in the opinion that the more local the government, the better. So I always sort of respond better to smaller government from that's farther away from me, and I'm fine with I'm more okay with more stronger government the closer it is, right? Because you know, and you know, that's sort of germane, you know, with the fires and stuff, and you know, it all kind of works together. But everybody has different taxes, right? And so there's a different tax rate depending on what you know, what state you're in, for sure. Sales tax, you know, and you know, like I remember there's in Kansas City, Kansas, there's a street called State Line, right? And so on one side of the street you're in Kansas, and on the other side of the street you're in Missouri. And if I remember correctly, at least at the time, the state sales taxes of those two states were very different. Like, I think maybe even one may not have even had any. I can't remember. But there was like a long running joke, is like, you know, you don't go shopping on that side of the street because of the sales tax. ROM chrome color? I don't think so. If I can't find it, then I'm not gonna worry about it. I think I was using my shortcut. Maybe I didn't. I don't know, I was talking. The way I think about it is that the states are a single country, if you know what I mean. I know they're not countries, but that's how I see it. It's very close. It's not, but in some aspects it is. It is like that. Use the second as your O key. O key. Did I do the unpainted? Did I do one of these as unpainted? To be honest, I can't figure out where I did it. So I'm not probably gonna worry about it. But I will try to keep that in mind. Like, so Washington D.C., right, where the, you know, the president and all that stuff is, that's a 3.5 day drive from where I live. I have to drive 3 days to get there. You know? The fires that are in California are 7 hours from me. Well, 6 hours, 7 hours if there's traffic in LA, which there always is. Right? And so, like, I mean, we have problems just with California being so big, and, you know, the difference is in just California, right? There's water differences. California is crazy in that a huge chunk of California is farmland. A huge chunk is deserts. A huge chunk is like forests, you know. And I did the fourth. I couldn't see which one I did, so I'm not too worried about it. But thanks, I'll keep it in mind. You know, and then you have the big cities, right? And LA is very, very different from San Francisco, and that's different from Sacramento, where I live, and so, which is very different from Redding, you know, and so even then we've talked about becoming, you know, splitting into 2 different states, and we've been of course we've been talking about that for 50 years, and it'll never happen. But, you know, so that's, I could definitely see how looking at each state like a country is in a lot of ways a little bit. It's a useful way of thinking about it in a lot of cases. Well, here in Oklahoma, we got our tried and true tornadoes, severe weather, which like hurricanes, but not as wide, and somewhat new to us as earthquakes. Yeah. Yes, with the size of the states, they need to be treated like countries. I agree. Yeah, it's all about, like, to me, it's about the people that are in charge of making decisions, understanding the life of the people whose lives their decisions affect, right? And life is so different, even in, like I said, even just in 4 or 5 different areas of my state, much less like North Dakota or the Pacific Northwest, right? Seattle, or, you know, the Deep South, right? I don't know anything about that. I don't know what life is like for them. I wouldn't want somebody that doesn't know that deciding things that affect my life. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of how I look at it. I don't know how we're going to separate this. Probably a wall on the way up, but I'm gonna wait on deleting. Let's put this in, and then we have to figure out how we're gonna finish up these. And so that's some of the things that, like, and there's another thing too, like, you may have heard something about the United States, and that may be true in one area, and maybe that thing makes sense in that area, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true everywhere, you know? So just things to keep in mind. But yeah, I find that all very interesting. You know, and I've talked about this before, but there's this whole, like, oh, you know, Americans don't travel, and you know, you guys don't have passports and stuff. And I'm like, well, you know, I could drive for 3 days and still be in my own country. So, you know, at a certain point, it's like, I haven't even been to all the vacation spots in my own state. You know, I mean, I have not been to every state in the United States, and very few people have. I have not been, well, so I flew to Atlanta, Georgia, but I haven't been in any other state except for being in Atlanta, Georgia for a weekend. East of the Mississippi, right? I was in Kansas City, Missouri, so I guess that's east of the Mississippi. But other than that, right? So I drove to Texas. I bought a truck there. I flew to Texas because they had a truck I wanted at a price that I could buy it at. I flew to Texas and then drove the truck back. But I had to stay the night at a friend's. I drove all day, stayed the night at a friend's in Albuquerque, and then drove all day the next day to get home. It was like a 2-day ordeal to buy a truck because I wanted that one in Texas. But yeah, I mean, I definitely haven't been to all the states. I'd love to see New York and the you know, New England, Maine, all that stuff. I think that would be really, really interesting. You know, Vermont, all that area. That area is really interesting to me. And then of course, like, there's food in Chicago I'd love to try. You know, so I don't really like big cities in general. Like, I wouldn't want to live there, but visiting big cities are always fun. Okay, so let's keep cleaning up this wall, and then we'll see if we can figure out how to attach this wall to the wall that we've been working on to this wall in front, and we can work out a good system to make that look nice. Lodi Stockton is all agriculture and such. Sac is really not. Well, I mean, outside of Sacramento, you know, you drive 30 minutes outside of Sacramento and you're in the middle of an orchard field, and you can't see any lights or any city or anything at all. Like, there's not even street lights, you know? Like north of Sacramento, for sure. My wife's grandmother owns a walnut orchard. Not a huge one or anything, but they have mostly it's her grandpa, and I think they have one employee, right? So it's small enough that 2 people can handle it. We go there for like holidays, Thanksgiving and stuff, you know, and they're about a 45-minute drive from, maybe an hour from Sacramento, for sure. But I mean, even Lodi is not that far from Sacramento, for sure. Well, here, yeah. But for Germany, which is directly built on America, with every of your state also doing their own stuff, it's so bothersome if you have any business in any sense cross-state. Sure. And we have cross-state stuff too. And to be honest, you know, the East Coast states, hey, thank you for the follow. On Twitch, the East Coast states are much smaller, and I've never really lived over there. But, you know, I would imagine the states in Germany are much smaller than the states in most of the states in the United States, and so that would make doing that kind of work, I can imagine, like, there's so many people in California, you definitely don't need to do any business. There's plenty of business in this one state, but like I said, East Coast, much smaller, and so I don't really know what it's like over there, but maybe that's similar to what you're describing in Germany. Ray, dude, I live like 45 minutes south of you, and it was still incredibly different. Yep. Lodi Stockton area is all agriculture and such. Sac is really not. Yeah. I see the point you're making, and I agree. Well, Sac is also, we're the state capital, and so mostly there's a lot of state workers. You know, CHP is based here, California Highway Patrol. There's also so many different types of police, right? You've got the feds, you've got staties, and then you have local. You got city police, and then you have county police, right? So there's 4 different at any one time. I mean, I suppose if you're not in a city, if you're in the county only, right? But basically, there's always 3. There's the Fed, the state, and then either a city or county, depending on where you're in. And they all need funding. Everybody wants their money, and they all have different ways of taxing. So that's one of the reasons the taxes are so different. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Germany as a whole has a size where you often need to do things cross-state. Yeah, that's what I figured, and I really despise maybe reading thousands of law pages for multiple states to figure out how to act. Yeah, I can barely figure out my own state stuff. I do a lot of work. My day job, there's a lot of overlap with law. I'm not a lawyer, but I work with lawyers, and it's a pain in the ass just for one state. We just work with school districts in our state. And then I'll compare this in a second for sure. I've been all up and down Cali, even lived briefly in Santa Barbara, and then we've driven back and forth a few times between here and Cali. Yeah, Ray. No, for sure. California is a even more intense example of, you know, because it's just so different. And which is crazy because most people think California, they think either Hollywood or the beaches, you know, but that's a very, very small percentage. It's mostly farmland, desert, and wilderness, mountain wilderness that nobody ever goes to, that there are no roads to, that you could get lost in and never be found forever. You know, like those, and that's in California, the most populous state in the United States. You know, like those, like Alone. You could absolutely do Alone episodes in California. Absolutely. It's that big and that empty in parts of it. You don't just have to go to Canada. Of course, Canada does have the snow, and we don't always have, we have snow in the mountains, but not really anywhere else. Okay, so let's try to figure out how this connects together. Remind ourselves. So what I'm looking at here is go. Sorry, I think the screen went black for a second while I was switching this over. Yeah, so this is what we have to, the shot that I'm looking at in game is something like this. See? So we've got to build these to connect them and kind of seal this up. Right? Now, it might be a little wider here than in the, yeah, it did hiccup a little bit, but we're okay. It might be a little wider here than in the, and then the other thing, but I think we're okay. Yeah, twice. Yeah, I thought so. I think we're okay though. So what I think I want to do is base it off of this line, and then we'll notch it back as we go. It has to do with the capture card, I think. Signal just stopped being sent to my live streaming computer for a quick second. But I think we're okay. So let's see here. Some things in here don't react well to bullets. Should we do glass, do you think? Oh, I did halvesies, so I couldn't do glass. Yeah, I couldn't really do glass. Let's do the same thing and kind of hide it behind this. And let's do halvesies again. And then if I, could it be that the right wall itself is built too thin narrow on the original itis wider? I think it has to do with how kicked out this angle is, right? This angle right here at this, what, vertices? Is that the term? I can't remember where an angle originates. So this angle, be kicked out a little bit wider, but to be honest with you, I'm okay with it. And remember, we had to redo this wall several times last time, and that could be just a artifact of having to do that. But I'm not gonna stress it, right? This thing looks awesome, and I'm not gonna sweat the small stuff as long as we can get it, you know, in general and working and looking right. Right, so let's Get rid of this. It looks sick. Gonna look even better when we get the trim on it, which I would also like to do today. So I may be trying to do too much. Shocker, right? Kin trying to do too much. Who would have thought? And then what did we do over here? Did we put the glass at the front at the front edge? I think we did. Yeah, the glass is at the front edge. Then did I chrome those out as well? I bet you I chromed those. And then we bring it up. Of course, that one was going the opposite direction. So we have to readjust. The other thing too is, guys, I will need to check on my smoking brisket here. Probably, you know, a few minutes. Like, just run downstairs, check on it, like every hour or so after the wife goes to bed. Here, let me see. I'm smoking a brisket on. It's on a pellet smoker, so it's kind of automatic. It's not like I have to add the fire or anything. When you going to bed? Last time I was live streaming while we were smoking something, I didn't check it enough and mistakes were made. How far back can we go here? Ooh, back of it? Can I go back? Go backside? Yeah, I think so. Is the corner sticking out? No. Try to balance this one. Each of these are going to be different. I think it'll look good. Maybe. Let's give ourselves a little bit more room. That. Is that where I was before? Oh, what are you doing? Crazy. All right, I got the text. She said the smoker is staying around 200 degrees. That's Fahrenheit. And everything's looking good, and she's going to bed in an hour. So we got another hour, and then I'll probably run down there and check on that thing every once in a while. It's exactly where I had it before. All right, we'll do a half nudge. Okay, good. If we can get 3 in there, I think that'll... We get 3 here? Yeah, we did. Okay, great. Maybe... What does this look like? These are really tall. Golden Light, I'm lurking at the moment, playing a game called FC25, which is a soccer game. I would say football, but I'm on your channel, so out of respect, I will call it soccer. All right, that's funny. This guy's gonna say something like hand egg. Aren't you? Aren't you? You're thinking about saying hand egg right now, aren't you, this guy? That one I will give you. I don't know why we did that. I don't know why we did that one. Some of these I understand and I can make an argument. Others, I don't know. All right, but we're gonna have to notch it over. Ooh, can we just do this? Oh yeah, we can go to one. We can go to 1 for a long time, I think. Oh wait, no, we've got to... Oh dang, girl, we gotta... Yeah, we gotta... Because we're eating... We're going in too. We're just gonna have to... It's almost like I'm just gonna have to kind of... Can we copy this one? I forgot about that other edge. Maybe I can get 3... Maybe I can get 3 with 1 version of the glass. Right, and then I notch this over. Hand egg. Making fun of why we call football, why we call American football football, even though we use our hands, not our foot, not our feet, and it's not a ball. It's shaped like an egg. You haven't heard that? You haven't heard that one? Oh no, it's a you're a foreigner, so you don't understand. No, it's a foreigner joke. It's something right up your we gotta get rid of that. Right up your alley to make fun of. And we don't even really need... I don't know if this is the best way to do this. What if we just got rid of this? It's barely moving backwards. Now, what if we got like something to go across? Break these lines up. And then just didn't do this. But we do have the Super Bowl in a couple of weekends. I will be having people over. And, you know, it's a big day. It's a big day. I think this looks better. We just run it up and we do each version of this the best way we can. Ooh, gotta get more whiskey. Yeah, maybe like notch. All right, half a notch more. No joke, only from English mouths, because an egg is a specific shape with only one pointy side. Nearby has two equal sides. So unprecise these Americans must be because of Imperial. I would. Yeah, it was not something. Americans don't make fun of American football. Americans do make fun of sports in general. That's the European go-to joke about American football. Hey, Tom G. That works. We've been playing for 2 hours and we got one wall all the way done and another one in. At this rate, we should be able to finish all the walls tonight, unless we run into any major problems. Knock on wood. Put in the AS. There we go. Okay, and then you. All right, looking good. We'll be down to 2 walls soon. You make fun of us making fun of y'all, but we never make that specific joke. You only say we do in y'all's mockery. I know the hand-to-egg joke only from British characters in American productions. I had somebody make it on my channel like last week. But it's all good. That should be good. Almost locked in. Basically every other section I have to do a half nudge in more, and so it's eventually I will a net half nudge, right? And so eventually I will nudge these two pieces all the way together. But yeah, no, I am very much looking forward to my ooh, I think we can do it now. Oh yeah. To my homemade pastrami that I will be eating tomorrow. And I will post pictures in an attempt to make all of you jealous. Yikes. And a half nudge. Boing. Look at you guys. I know, I know. I know, I mean. The best part is my daughter's making homemade rye bread. She's doing a rye swirl, so it'll look like this. Not like botched stuff, but like yeah, she'll do something like this. You know, one of these. Yeah, it's really good. Toast it up, make pastrami sandwiches. By the way, I was telling an old buddy of mine about AOC. He's super interested in it too. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anybody, and he was a big MMO player back in the day. Yeah, so it's specifically for like old MMO bros, like the ones that used to play specific games, because there's specific mechanics that they're bringing in, you know. And not only that, they're also there's a way of monetizing MMOs that a lot of us really hate, that played the early generation of MMO RPGs. Mostly pay to win, you know, microtransactions, pay to win. So it is very much kind of targeting us, you know. And that makes sense. That makes sense that he already knows about it and is interested in it, that he had that sort of history. Okay. All right, more Lagavulin. But yeah, you should connect him into the channel, and we're gonna do a thing. We're gonna make it happen. I was thinking, so I've been thinking about this, guys. Hold on, let me get a sip. Okay, so I was thinking, why is it that my this looks like a sweet cake? No, it's not sweet. Rye bread? No. And it's definitely bread. Bread is round. Well, the shape, I don't care about the shape. I mean, let me show you, here. Bread, loaf, pan. It's square. That's a bread loaf pan. So, this is very, very common. It's square. Now, is it very, very common in that, you know, backwater, small country with low population and low GDP that you call a country, eye in the sky? Maybe not. But here in the real world where I live, this is bread. I've only targeted that attack at eye in the sky. Nobody else deserves that. So just be just know that was not targeted at anybody else, only him. Since that fateful day, I can't hear the word pastrami anymore without thinking about Bjork portraying by Jinx Monsoon, saying the one Slow's hair looks like pastrami. Yeah, I don't know what you're referencing. You're a bread loaf? Ooh. Must be tough. Must be tough to be a bread loaf. FTRW. Really? Is that what you think? I don't think so. Why is there bread in a meatloaf pan? It's called a bread loaf. I searched bread loaf. I didn't search meatloaf. Yeah, my friend, here, I hate to be the, bearer of bad news. But, yeah, it's not really a, it's not really close, my friend, on that one. It's a good life. Being a bread loaf is a good life. It's okay though. It's okay. You mold as if it's plastic, you say? Hey, I don't know. All I can tell you is it makes good bread. And it's the right shape for sandwiches. I mean, that's really what it's about. I mean, what do your sandwich slices look like? Right? That's why it's shaped that way. Right? That's why it's shaped that way, to make a sandwich. Which is what we're making. Now, obviously, we do, like, you know, if you're doing a bread bowl or something, you would do a different shape, but no, we're definitely making pastrami sandwiches, so we need bread that makes sandwiches in a shape that makes sandwiches. All right, how are we doing? We have to a little bit more. Who bakes bread anymore? Just a handful? I don't know. Either my wife or my daughter make bread. Well, we should be doing it more. Homemade bread is so much better. A couple times a month. We also make our own hot dog and hamburger buns, right? Oop. And that's really good too. I mean, we shaped those. And my daughter's made sourdough that's not shaped. But having the pan also really helps you get a good crust on it too. I mean, honestly, it just depends on what you're trying to go for. We still make it with our hands. You just put it in the pan to break it so that you get a nice crust to bake it. Very strange. See, here's the deal. With Eye in the Sky, there's like a built-in assumption that every way that he does something is by definition better than any way that I might do something or an American might do something, right? So that's why I give him so much shit, because he deserves it. Like, oh, we use our hands unlike you weird Americans. Like, okay, all right. He's like a, you know, like a grumpy old grandpa. Okay, it's fine. You know, sure. Yes, Germany definitely has a bigger GDP than the United States of America. Yes, it definitely does. It's time to take your pills, Grandpa Eye in the Sky. Oops. Ooh, what are you doing? Gross. Better? Hey, Fred Duck Teddy, how's it going? How did I get that other one in there? What she said. Did I delete one of these, maybe? Yeesh. Yeesh. Doing well? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I am. I've been streaming a lot lately. I've been enjoying life. Yeah, I can't complain. Ooh, ew, gross. Better. Clean up this. There we go. All right, I think a 1.5. Doing the trick right now. Yeah, looks good. So I guess we're gonna have to go 1.5 each time now. 1.5. 1.5. Although this is the last time maybe. No. Why are you the way you are? Come on. You can do it. No. Ew. I think that works. Oh, nope. Yeah, I think we're just gonna be at 1 now for now on. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. There we go. All right, nice. Let's put these brakes in and then we'll keep going. But yeah, Ray, he's still debating. We played on WoW together and on, remind me, RO. I'll probably feel silly for not recognizing it. Here, let me look it up. Oh, Ragnarok. Yeah. RuneScape, I assume. Is that other one? Yeah, nice. Well, it should be very fun. We already have a group playing right now. The stupid window bugged. I thought Eye in the Sky. I was waiting for Eye in the Sky to get back to me, and he has been talking, and I haven't seen it. The last thing I saw was you do bread with your hands. Okay, open a P.O. box. I send you some types of local bread. Here's the other thing, my friend. I can go get good German baked bread. We have very, very good bakeries. We have that stuff here. Like, there are people from Germany that come here and make German food, right? I could go get it. Sandwiches, okay, that's an argument. Okay, I bet a glazer would love to have a hover pack. Yeah, I bet, Okie Sooner. Me, all of Europe? Yes, it's just slandering all of America. You got it. No, just slandering you. I'm just slandering you. Okie Sooner, you're the grandpa too. Based on people per square kilometer, when you got a lower GDP because you have too much empty space, if one uses the right metric, then you could find one that fits the narrative. Well, yeah, so I know exactly what happened, Eye in the Sky. You looked up to see who has a higher GDP per person, and America also beat Germany. And so you had to come up with GDP per kilometer. 99 Luftballon. I love that song. I always just employ facts. Misleading, deceiving facts, but yes. Okie Sooner News, yes. I wonder what happened with the singer. Haven't heard anything about her for ages, but I also don't keep up with German celebrities. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Ray. Yep. Is it authentic? Then send it to me to test its authenticity. I can find authentic stuff. Here, let me see. I'm not gonna send it to you though. Let me see. Catherine's Biergarten. German beer garden brew pub with freshly baked bread. Here you go. This place is in my city. There you go. So, come on. This is probably pretty close. This is where I would go. Or someplace like this. If I wanted, like, you know, German beer, which I actually really like German beer. The first beer I ever drank was German beer. I was in Germany. I actually really do like German beer. Yeah, I would go to this place. So there you go. I looked at that, took me 30 seconds to find. That's just in Sacramento. Can you imagine how good of a restaurant I could find if I drove 2 hours to San Francisco or LA, where there's a lot more people? Like, easy. Easy. Yeah. For sure. Well, I mean, almost every metropolitan area probably has a large German community. Americans, especially depending on where you live, we're very, very spoiled on food. I mean, very, very spoiled. Like food from around the world, good stuff too. Like the Mexican food that I can eat, right? Like that I have available to me, even at so it's 11:30 p.m. on a Saturday night. I can go right now get like street tacos that are better than, I mean, that are probably almost as good as the stuff that you can get in LA, which is just as good as the stuff that you can get in Mexico. Right? We don't have quite as good of Mexican food as LA or San Diego up here, but it's pretty good. Okay, that's done. What are we gonna do for the other side, if anything? Right, and then, you know, Chinese food and yes, Indian food, just like you guys have. I'm not really a fan of Indian food too much, but maybe that's only because I haven't had a type that I like. Dude, the stupid window bugged again. I'm really irritated why my chat window is doing this so often tonight. I keep having to reset it. Then try the beer from the city of Bamberg. My is shitty. The Schlankeria. It is smoked like all beer was during the Middle Ages. People hate the taste of it or they love it. Nothing in between. Here, let me see if I can buy it. Schlenkerla. Schlenkerla. Yeah, it's, I mean, looks like this. I could go get it at Bevmo in like 20 minutes. There's a Bevmo like 2 blocks away from me. Total Wine and More. Oh, Total Wine. They're a little bit further away. Oh, we're coming up dry. Oh, maybe they don't have it in stock. Oh, this one does say Bevmo. Yeah, I don't know if there's like a pub that... There's probably a pub that... Yeah, Bamberg, Germany, renowned for its smoked... I'm not going to try to say those words. I could probably buy this. Like, I could probably go to the store with a little bit of searching in the morning, and I could probably buy this in like an hour. Yeah, it took me a second. Schlenkerla. When I was stationed in Okinawa, there was a mom and pop, tiny little food joint that served the best noodles and teriyaki chicken on a stick. Yeah, those are the best. Those are the best. What are we gonna do with this side? We have to decide what we're gonna do with this. Bum 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 bum. So we got that side. This side. There's an Irish pub that I go to often, near downtown Sacramento. That it's very good. I gotta show you guys a picture of that one. I've never been to that other German one. I just looked it up. Irish Sacramento. I gotta show you guys this one. It's really cool looking. Called Bon Lair. Where's your website? There you go. Aw. Just go to Yelp and look at the photos. This is super. This place is really cool. Where's the photos? Sorry, we're talking about, you know, pubs, European style pubs in America. But yeah, this place is really, really cool. This is the front. I can't zoom in. This is the front on like a very normal, like American, like Midtown street. It's awesome. Very much stands out. And there's the bar. It's very dark. There's always football playing. So, it's a pretty cool place. That has some of the best fish and chips that you can get in Sacramento. They're a little greasy, but I mean, you know. That's an interesting little thing there. All right, let's see if we can figure out what we're gonna do with this. Yeah, at first now I'm hungry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. BRETZ. I don't know what that is. Is that oh, the pretzel? Okay. That's just how you like to spell pretzel? No, I love that pretzel. Now I want to look it up again. The pretzel's the best. Oh, it's awesome. They have a mustard and a cheese sauce. Yeah, this right here. Yeah, my wife and I get this every time. I mean, like, you really, really can't, like, trust what you hear about, like, American food. Like, I can get very, very good, and I don't like how that looks, but I'm gonna have to let it go, I think. I can get very, very good food of many, many different kinds very easily. Now, I mean, I'm lucky, okay? In California, we have a lot. We pay for it in other ways, let me tell you. But we have a lot of good food, right? And maybe not every community does, but the thing is that there are communities in these large cities that make this food and have this culture, right? And I love going to places like that because, I mean, I go to places like that more than I go to like a hamburger place or whatever, you know? Told him to try the burrito supreme. For some reason you write it with a P, but I don't know any dialect of German that says it with a P, so I don't know where you got that from. You follow German channels that taste test foods, German foods in other countries? Yeah, that would be interesting. I don't really follow them too much, but I do enjoy the guys, the British guys that eat American food. Jolly, I think they do more on their channel. I think YouTube just recommends me those because I've watched those. They like eat Southern food. And then they're like, oh my God. And then there's apparently there's a guy in London that grew up in the South of the United States, and he has a pie shop. And so they're all American pies, but in the UK. What are we gonna do? We gotta seal up this corner here. Now I'm worried about my Twitch chat. Has there been Twitch chat I haven't seen because my dang window is bugging? No, the Twitch chat seems fine. I don't think it's my browser. I think it's YouTube. You're trying to get... Do you mean bits? Not built. Did you mean bits? Like the Satisfactory YouTuber? Okie Sooner? My Chinese ex said that all the Chinese food she had in European countries isn't Chinese either, just because they adapted to the local taste, because apparently people don't like the real shit. Well, there's also multiple types of Chinese food. Right? China is bigger than the United States, and the United States is bigger than most of than I think the EU, right? So they're huge, and they have way more people. They have so many different types of food. So it depends on what kind of Chinese food you're talking about, right? Of course. I think the Chinese food that we normally think of Chinese food, at least in America, is Southern food. So it's like, I think it's more like Hong Kong, like Shanghai area, like Southern. But like in, I went to Beijing, and it was mostly more like dim sum kind of stuff. And it was usually like very, very bland food paired with different kinds of very, very strong like sauces or meats, and then you picked and choose. You kind of like would mix textures with flavors. Yeah, so it was it takes a little getting used to if you're not used to it. It's very different. But you know, in America we have like these local Chinese you know, the classic local takeout place. And some of those are very bad, and some of those are very good. So it just depends. How are we gonna do this? It should stay the same all the way up. So I should be able to find a pattern that works for us. I do want to try to get the chicken, pork hearts, duck tongues, and everything scared me. Yeah, that's, again, that's probably the most extreme parts of the menu, you know? I do kind of want to get like this 3D look, like where it's inside. I don't necessarily just want to slap a window on the outside, because that'll kind of just destroy all our hard work that we did. You know, I just don't want to link that side and that side with a window. You know, I want to do something like this. The only problem is, how and do we close that gap? So we'll probably go over something like this. We probably don't have to. You know, I could pillar this off maybe. And that will sort of by definition close the gap. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Chinese food like that. I do really like good dumplings. You know? There are a lot of Chinese food options for sure. And like I said, not all of them are necessarily, no. We're losing the race here. I bet you we have to do 1.5 again. So 1.5. 2, 3. 1.5. Oop. Apparently not every time. So 1. We'll probably have to go 1 and then the next one 1.5. And then 1 and then the next one 1.5. Something like that. So we did 1, so let's do 1.5 this time. We're gonna have to start at the back. We're gonna have to start over. And I'm gonna have to notch backwards now too. Maybe notch back 1/2 every time. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 1. Back 1/2 1. 1, 2, 3. Now 1.5. Back 1/2 1. 1, 2, 3. That was a 1.5er, so this is a 1, a back 1/2. 1, 2, 3. Doing okay? We doing okay? Ooh, we're still losing. So can I do a? Probably gonna have to do every other one both ways. Wow, this is nice and complicated. I actually really like this. Okay, so 1.5. 2, 3, and then 1.5 and 1. 1, 2, 3, and then you want to close it flat? No, flat? No, I don't. Better if you go further behind the other wall so you get a more shardy look, else the edge is blunt. Yeah, I think that's what I did, right? And oh, back behind the other wall. Oh, you're saying like 2. Well, we may have to go. Yeah, maybe we go to. It's hard to say. Either way, I think what I'm doing right now works. Let me do this. I need to take my first quick little break. I need to use the restroom because of this whiskey. And then I need to go check on the brisket. I'm smoking a brisket. My wife went to bed about half an hour ago. So I'm just gonna go down there, check on it real quick, and I'll be right back. And I'm gonna use the restroom. I hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Hopefully not a kidney stone. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ran down to check the brisket. Everything is good. Kind of ran up the stairs. Thanks for the ad. Oh, well, you know, right when I take a break. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm using a pellet smoker to smoke a brisket. I got a picture for you. This was when I put it on. It doesn't. It's barely started, and we're going really slow. It looks like this. So I'm doing a pastrami. So I soaked this for 14 hours in a brine in the fridge. Took it out, rinsed it all off, patted it dry, let the outside dry a little, and then we seasoned it up with the stuff that will help it bark up. And then this is my pellet smoker. So it's got a Wi-Fi attachment that would allow me to monitor it while I stream, like the temp, but to be honest, I forgot to hook it up to my new house's Wi-Fi. So I'll have to do that later, and so that I can make sure that the temp is good. But yeah, it's chilling at like 195, 200 degrees right now. It's really low and slow. It's very fine. I probably won't check on it for 2 more hours. I'll try, like, it's midnight my time. I'll probably check in again at 2 a.m. And then the wife said she's gonna get up at 4 and check it. So there you go. All right. How are we gonna do this? Seal this corner up. Oh, we can definitely delete all of this extra stuff. We gotta do that too. Probably after we finish this corner. And yeah, I agree 100% with the half walls. We really need them. Let me see if I can find something really quickly. I have an old one of it complete. It's been a while since I've done one of these though. I have a lot of pictures in my phone of food I've made. There's some pork butts. Pork butts turned out really well. Yeah. I don't have anything like really, really good looking. I'll post some pictures on the Discord tomorrow. Yeah. And I'm having some buddies are coming over. I'm actually gonna work on one of those buddies, see if I can get him to do some editing for me. He's they're actually 2 brothers that I was actually really good friends with. Well, funny enough, so I've got 2 brothers coming over. Their older brother, a 3rd brother, was my best friend in college, and he was dating he dated my wife before I did. And I actually don't talk to him too much more anymore, not because of her, at least I don't think so. Maybe it's not my fault. We'll figure that out later. And then a crossbar, maybe. That's all, you know, it's all good. Oh, why are you weird? Why are you being weird? There we go. I really need to like extend it that way. Ooh, that looks good. I like that. And then we just leave this open. Maybe we just leave this open. Probably fine. But yeah, they were fine. They mutually like broke up, and it was everything was fine. His dad, however, I don't know if his dad ever forgave me. His parents really wanted their son to get married to the woman that would eventually become my wife. He was not very happy with me. But I mean, she was just, she was just a friend while they were dating. After that, yeah, I think that works. That is sort of getting wider, isn't it? Maybe. But like you said, what we really need is half walls, because if we put in a full wall, it's gonna look like crap. All right, so your mother used to be your fiance's boss. Nice. Nice. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Okay, so 1 notch, half notch, 3. Let's just do this. And then 1.5 notch, full notch. 1 notch, half notch. Definitely getting farther. But I think what I'm doing with the glass is right. One half, 2. Actually, really what it is it's 2 halves. If I think about it in chunks of half notches. 2, 1. And then 3. 1, 2, 3, 2. And then 2, 1. 3, 2. Oh, we're off the map here. Maybe I need to do that double notch far less often than I am. All right. One, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2. Yeah, that's better. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2. 2, 1. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. 2, 1. 2. 2, 1. 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, Oh no. Crap. I'm losing the battle on that side. Okay. Well, crap. All the way back here. There's so many different dimensions to think about at all times. I was concentrating on the pattern, and I forgot to check to make sure that I was still within my bounds. Yeah, it should have been every other one. I was trying to do every other one, an extra one to the right, then every other fourth one, an extra one to the back. That's what I was trying to do. But maybe we have to go each one 3. 1, 2, 3, and then 2, 3. Probably this one. Yeah, I don't know. I'm redoing it anyway, though, so it doesn't matter. 2, 3. I can't do 3 every time. I'll just have to... what I'll do is I'll go as far as I can to where it shows. Like that, and then I'll have to go back one. I'll just do that. And then by definition it'll follow the angle. I'll just have to do that. Instead of maybe, you know, coming up with the pattern, letting the wall define the pattern. And then by definition, it should be regular. That's probably a much better way to do this. Sure we're good out here. Yeah, we have to be. I'm pushing it. One more. We'll do a double. Wait, we gotta get you out of my face. I woke my wife's not feeling well, and she has a stuffy nose, and so she's sleeping on in the chair, so she can in her chair, so she can sit up. You know, her like recliner. I woke her up when I went downstairs. So I'm like, ah. To check on the thing, and she's like, I was gonna check it at 4. I'm like, sorry. I feel bad. Well, the whole point was like, I don't want her to wake up at 4 to check it, but like, if by checking it myself I wake her up, that sort of defeats the purpose. All right. Yeah, we have some of this to clean up. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and clean up what we can here. And I think honestly, I think we're I need a half glass wall. We can get rid of everything down here because it kind of is lined up. All right, so this one's easy. I'm trying to make sure that I don't delete any parts of the wall in front of me, because putting that back might be a nightmare. There is no undo button. All this can go, so let's get rid of the easy stuff. Then we'll have to make a decision about some of this other stuff. I think I should be playing Sunday night or Monday morning, depending on what part of the world you live in. I think I'll be back to Factorio. I did open up Gleba, and so far so good over there. You know, as long as you keep a couple things in mind, it wasn't really that bad. Plus, I think the biggest thing is I'm starting to understand the game more. And so in a way, it was easier than Novice was, because when I started on Novice, I didn't know anything about the game. You know, so even though it's a tougher planet, I have a better knowledge about the game, and so it's making it easier, even though it's a tougher planet. I don't know if that makes sense. My biggest problem isn't necessarily the planet mechanics or the knowledge about, you know, automating things. Obviously, I have a lot of experience in Satisfactory. My problem is learning the game-specific mechanics of Factorio. That has been the challenge, you know? Okay, so we have a question here. I think we have to cut this. And this is open air. I think we have to. Otherwise, it just, I don't think it looks good. Leave this. Like, I hate having that open. I don't really see. Maybe I could do a pillar. Maybe I could close the gap a bit. A bit. That may bring more attention to it. Oh, that's got its own problems. That only works for... And then we're playing this game. I think I just leave it open for now, and we could always revisit it if it bothers us later. What we can do, though, is do this. This, I think, will help a lot. You liked how it was? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like the extra piece of glass that you could see through the glass. Worst case scenario, we could always put it back. It doesn't look bad. You know, it looks no worse than when we've had to do these little breaks, right? I mean, it is bigger, but okay, that looks nice and clean. This thing is really difficult to make. I mean, between, all right, last sip of whiskey here. It's probably all I'm gonna pour. I think I'm drinking by myself like an alcoholic. Ooh. Nice. All right, so what are we gonna do here, bros? Potato chip. But yeah, me and my buddies that are coming over tomorrow for the food. The oldest one that's coming over was still the little brother of my best friend, and so he was like, he was the little brother that, you know, was always screwing around, and we have a lot of old jokes. And the American Office was super, like, that was the thing while I was in college. And so I was actually rewatching, I'm actually rewatching it with my my oldest daughter and my wife and my father-in-law. And so every time we would come across a scene or like a joke, I'd be like, oh my god, me and you know, me and my buddy, we quote that all the time, you know. And then he's coming over tomorrow, and so we'll definitely be chatting about it. My daughter's kind of old enough to kind of really grasp the fact that, like, you know, I had a life before she was born, you know, and it's a life that she, you know, is interested in learning about. We didn't really ever get in too much trouble. I was the responsible child of my parents. It was those other siblings of mine that were always causing the biggest problems. It's only an alcoholic if you start before noon. I can smell the smoke through the window. Ooh, what happened here? One's off. There we go. Yeah, I'll wake up, eat some food, and then I'll be back on the stream. Playing some Factorio. And I'm really looking forward to just really going crazy with Satisfactory streams all week. Gonna be great. All right, so what we're gonna do is anywhere where we can see it, we're gonna take it to the edge. Well, as close as the edge as we can get. Do we like that? Yeah, we like that. Christian, good morning yourself. I know that one doesn't quite cover that gap, but I think I'm gonna have to let it go. Ah. And then I think we'll call this little corner done. You fixed yourself some ramen. Nice. Yeah. So were you saying that you were trying to get bits to have to eat Taco Bell? Like the Satisfactory streamer? Or did I misunderstand what you were saying? Night is apparently Satisfactory ASMR with Kin. Okay. I think that works. From most angles, like, you know, there's a bit of a gap. Well, I started placing it on the window above, even as far down as here. I think it's the window above, all the way down here. Down lower, it might be. Yeah, that's the window above. That's the window above. So is that one, and that one, and that one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I ever placed it. Okay, that one's different. So just these last 4 or 5? If it's just these last 4 or 5, that's easy. I did it most of the way up there. That's only right here. This is what this is the test I did before. Yeah, it's like 5 of them. And that's better anyway. It doesn't poke out in front. And I was thinking about why it didn't poke out in front. And I think it's a lot cleaner. It's a shard, many splinters and gaps included. A little bit. All right, there we go. And then we'll figure out the bottom. Okay. We have fully completed this wall and its connections tonight. I think it looks really good. You know, another streamer who goes by Bits, who lost his house in the fires a week or so ago. Wow. Yeah, not every fire. So some of that fire was in like really rich neighborhoods, like Mel Gibson's house burned down, like a bunch of people's like celebrities' houses burned down, but not all of them were. A lot of them are just regular people, right? Because the fires, there's multiple fires in LA, and they're huge, that span multiple neighborhoods. You know? Okay, let's start thinking about how we are going to yeah, so we have an interesting thing here we have to decide, and it's time to decide it, and I think I know what I want to do. I think I'm gonna go ahead and build out the square part. I've been thinking about whether or not I'm gonna do this, and I think it makes sense to do this. Maybe not this far out, because that would be over the street. But we could go a little bit. You go over the sidewalk for sure, right? So if we go back into the game, I'm thinking like we could go out a bit. How is that old quarter called with the houses from 2 centuries ago that also burned down? I'll have to see. Fire. Looks like they finally fully contained them as of today. They went for 3 weeks. Yeah, I do see some stuff on Altadena, but not that it was necessarily like a 200-year-old houses. Oh, here's an interesting story. Don't play ads. 452-pound bear found in crawl space of home in Altadena that survived the Eaton fire. A bear, a big-ass bear, was found in the hiding in a home from the fires. That's a crazy. You could have the building go over the street like a bridge with a building on top. Well, we did talk about that. I don't know if you remember what you were, if you were here. I did talk about doing something like that. I don't want it to distract from, you know, the shard thing that we have going. But I think we need to build this box now. Because then we'll build the walls around it. Let's do a quick blueprint. Let's just do 3. It's what, 3 windows then 4? Yeah, 3 windows then 4. Okay. So I think this is going to be a true square box jammed up against this stuff. Probably starting at the same height. I never realized you have 2 sets of windows. Yeah. Oh, you couldn't tell that they were different? Honestly, that was an error. But I'd already built one of the walls before I realized it. So I was like, all right, well, this is life now. Sometimes you just gotta roll with it. All right, so how far out do we want to be? So I think this far minimum. I think we can go to the road. I think that would look really sick. Or we chop it 2 back there. So it's over this tile, but not over that tile. And then I wonder if we should kick out the edges of the building to match. No, they kind of line up with, well, yeah, they line up either with it. This one doesn't, but this one's flat. This one's flat. I mean, it's out a bit. We could go a bit. Go. Yeah, this is probably fine. Maybe I should start it over here. No. Start it here. No. Let me, I remember now why I did a thing. I gotta do a thing. I gotta make them separate pieces so that I can delete them and it not be a problem. If I don't, across the top. "42 viewers on Twitch. The answer to life, the universe, and everything. And 22 on Twitch. Yeah, so really just these ones. I need to make them peace. Like this. So I can kill an edge and not have to rebuild it. Hey, Madrigal. Going well. Bum, 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 bum. We're trying to put the last wall up. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so same idea. Make a dent in the box so that you kind of mimic having two boxes like in the original. I see what you're saying, and I think I like that idea. I think. it's really hard to see. Here, let's... try this as a marker. Get it halfway in between. Oh, crap. All right, so there's the choice. It's this pillar, or it goes out that far. I think I like it going out this far. Because they need to be even. Now that's not square, which I will fix shortly. And now finally we have our corner. And set it to this one. It does kind of start in, doesn't it? Because I sort of started on the outside. But I'm gonna go with it. Right. Let's see. What's the next part? We got to get rid of this. And then I'll bring this down until it's a whole section. But oh, I do like the idea though that was presented about halfway. Why do you hate me? Why don't you just nudge where I want you to nudge? Yeah, like that. So one more section. Then delete these. And then well, let's make sure we like it. All right. No. Nudge correctly. Thank you. And that's perfect. Well, sometimes you just get lucky. What can you say? Can you want to make a blueprint where the one chrome beam on the side is missing? You always place the two directly on top of each other. Yeah, I mean, I probably could have done that. I'm okay with it though. And yeah, I probably would have been useful to do. I'm all right though. I'll just run through and fix it. I mean, I guess I could change it and not go back, then I'd have less to fix. Changed it now. And then it's because it's easier to delete it where you don't need it than it is to place it where you do need it. You know? And where would it be? Each edge. Yeah, it would just be each edge. I mean, we only see it on the ends. We're only gonna see it on the ends. It'll be fine. Get in there, furry oaf. All right. So you can't see it on any of the other side pieces there. I don't know what's I got a frog in my throat. The Z fighting may cause performance issues. I mean, if Z fighting causes performance issues, I'm screwed. I mean, it's no worse than the Star Wars update or the Star Wars playthrough. In fact, it's significant, especially the railroads. So I don't know. I'm it's just one of those things. I mean, I Z fight constantly, everywhere, all the time. Like I do this kind of stuff all the time. So, you know, I mean, I don't think you can really do any of this without it. So it's probably just gonna have to be something that I eat and hope that it's not too terrible. Ooh, what happened to you? What did I do? I have been thinking about getting a new computer for the for the MMO. You know, get a camera, get a new computer with one of the new 50, you know, 50 series GPUs. I don't really like my CPU. It's causing recording issues. There's little gaps, little pops that happen. It's not my fave. It's because I got one of the Ryzen CPUs that auto overclocks, and I think the change in clock speed wreaks havoc with the synchronization of my video and audio. I've talked about this before. So, you know, get a really nice CPU that doesn't auto overclock, and I'll be a happy man, I think. I think I'll just double up this thickness here. Bum 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 bum. Let's go this way. Well, I've also got, I don't have a 40 series, so I skipped the 40 series. It's not like I'm upgrading from a 40 series to a 50 series. I've got a 3080 Ti. You know, and I would wait until the higher end of the 50 series come out. You know, maybe go for a 5080 Ti. Call it, you know, call it good. We'll have to see. I'm still looking at it. I haven't decided. I've been thinking about it. That's why I said I'm thinking about it. I think this really adds to what's going on here. I like this. All right, let's clean up the tiny little gaps. Should just be on corners. And should just be 2 per corner, which I can handle. Why not go AMD? Well, I usually go AMD on my CPU. I like AMD CPUs. The video editing, the NVENC is so good. You know, I mean, most of the work that my GPU does is encoding video for you guys, whether it's editing, whether it's recording, whether it's rendering edited videos, or the you know, the live stream. I mean, I've got an NVIDIA GPU that's doing 2 separate encodings right now. The YouTube encoding is very different from the Twitch encoding, right? It's not a copy of the same encoding. It's 2 separate encodings. So it's my live stream computer is doing that. You know, and then my regular computer is playing this game, and then I'm often recording. I'm not doing it tonight, but I'm often also recording while I'm playing. And the NVIDIA, now, to be fair to, you know, I haven't, it's not like I've installed the best NVIDIA and the best AMD and compared the two. I haven't done that, right? But I don't want to, like, why mess with a good thing? My GPU is working amazingly. You know, I can do amazing things with them. Where I am coming up with a little bit of a problem is the AMD CPU is causing a little bit of an issue with my audio, but it's not because it's AMD, it's because it's auto overclocking, I believe. Good night, losing control. Yeah, I mean, me playing a video game is a very small portion of the work that a GPU that I own will have to do. Right? Like a very small portion. Having said that, it's not like I'm an expert on it. That's just kind of my current thought on it. So my opinion could be changed. But I'm usually not one to rush out and, you know, change a good thing. And I really like NVIDIA's studio drivers. I started using that. It significantly sped up my rendering time versus the game ready drivers. Because every video that I upload to YouTube is a 4K video. YouTube doesn't always, like, the video itself is 4K. The rendering that, or the encoding that YouTube does in itself isn't exactly 4K, but when I export it, regardless of how the footage was recorded, it's basically being upscaled to 4K. So, you know, an hour-long video takes, for me, I mean, it takes a decent amount of time. You know, it's like half an hour. And I have all the bells and whistles turned on. I have really big files because, you know, my masters of them, you know, I wanted to be really detailed in case I wanted to be better. Honestly, an Intel CPU would probably be better with the E-cores and the P-cores. Yeah, and so that's probably something I'm going to research, right? Like I said, I haven't been happy with the CPU. And so I have to decide and research, and, you know, maybe I'll outsource my research to you wonderful people a little bit. You know, if I, you know, how I might go about you know, what I might choose. Because I used to be all up on everything, but man, if you don't follow things for like a year, like everything that you know is now outdated. So it's hard for me to, yeah, I don't have a lot of time to, like I used to really be plugged in to that kind of a hardware level. I actually applied to work for Intel. I got an interview and everything. Didn't work out, and I'm totally fine that it didn't. What resolution am I running in Satisfactory? Well, it's not 4K, it's widescreen, so it's 3440 by 1440. Right? And so it's wider than a 1080p, so it's a lot more pixels. YouTube treats this like a 4K video because there's extra pixels on the sides. Yeah, BMC, I agree. It's too hard to, it's too confusing. It's a full-time job to keep up with what's going on in tech. It's ridiculous. But luckily we have YouTube, you know, and any question that you have answered, there's a YouTube that's probably 3 days old answering it. A YouTube video. It's ridiculous and awesome. So I think I might just build this by hand. It would be easier on the inside. So yeah, it's 3440 by 1440. So I mean, right? Isn't you know, 1080p, right, is 1K. .4K is 4 times that. So I have 1080p plus, you know, the stuff on the edges. So it's like 2K. It's around 2K. But YouTube doesn't really keep it can't really tell the difference from a bitrate point of view when I'm live streaming, and that's actually why I have such a big delay compared to Twitch. So it's YouTube treating my live stream as if it's 4K, even though it isn't. You know, because if we go to settings here, right, 3440 by 1440. And that was actually very difficult to get this to get my setup able to stream. A lot of people watch it, they don't even notice. Or they'll be like, I don't understand the black bars. Or I've had people message me and tell me that there's that my settings are wrong and that I've messed up my resolution like a noob, and I need to change it. And I'm like, bro, this is the exact shape of my screen. Like, it's not messed up. Chill. Why is that off? I don't like that the windows are off. I'm gonna redo them. Oh, that's why. I have to redo each one. Yikers. I mean, that does make sense, honestly. Much for me just doing it by hand, huh? I'd have to be here. Still not right. I got half Z. It's right there. Yep, that's fine. Thing is, there's a gap in the windows that you just can't see. Yeah, and so I have to do that to count for the gap. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, nice. Little extra building room here as well. I think we can get rid of these pillars. You know, we'll put our big boy factory, like the biggest floors will be, you know, right in here so that we have the most space possible. Alright, actually let's get rid of that. That's gonna be in the way. We may re-add it later, but it'll be in the way. Now we need to finish out this last couple of walls. Vera, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Twitch has been a little quiet tonight. I mean, it's fine. It's totally fine. Ooh, look at that. Right on the money. So we want them to match. Do they match all the way around? Ooh, close. Very, very close. So, yeah. They do. Ish. It's fine. We'll nail it here. We'll go half of one down. Are you flat? No, you are not. You are not, my friend. What about you? Are you flat? You're not flat either. Yeah, I suck. I need you to be flat. It goes up a little. We go down just slightly. I mean, I think this is okay. We got to replace with, here, let's do this. Replace with one of these bad boys. And then I remembered we are going to need to do this to match. Yeah, that works out pretty well, actually. Bum 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 bum. We're gonna see how this looks. May have to make an adjustment. Not gonna work. Fine on that side, but there's a little bit of a twist here. It's the same, it's a little bit, it's not as bad, but it seems to be the same problem we were having over there last week. Bit off the glass. No, I can't do that. I can't do that eye in the sky. There's no way. It's not gonna work. No way. It has to be in the plane that we've already established. That's going to be this wall. No, it's not going to work. And then this is probably going to be too much. Well, that's perfect, actually. Okay, well, that's the answer. So it sucks, but I'm gonna have to, I'll do it as I go. Little twist. What a twist. Is there really a gaping gap in the middle of the side of the facade? It looks like a butt crack. Crack kills. Yes. That is the shard's butt crack. Shart, you might say. Verith. Hey dude, this looks very impressive. 150 hours in, and I'm not even sure we're playing the same game. Yeah, so, you know, there's jokes about it. I might be playing Architect Simulator. I am doing a lot of prep work. Here, you probably haven't seen this. If you like that, yeah. So, it's absolutely for sure the fact that I am doing... Yeah, I'll close it later. I'll close the crack later, eye in the sky. By the way, I'm simulcasting to both YouTube and Twitch, so I'm chatting with both of you guys. But yeah, so I am doing a lot of prep work. I will be making factories inside these buildings, you know, and so yeah, it may definitely seem like we're playing a different game. I am sort of challenging myself. I could have beat the game a while ago. So I'm kind of doing above and beyond. Oh, everything just went black for me in complete silence for 1 second. It's fine now. Oh, it did that again? Weird. I didn't notice it this time. I'm somehow losing my HDMI connection to my live streaming computer. Right? It's the only thing, because it's not, the stream isn't interrupting, it's the signal to the live stream computer. I don't know, maybe I got a loose wire or something. I just redid all of my stuff like a couple of weeks ago, so it's very possible. I'll go through it tonight, or tomorrow, guys, and see if I can find a loose HDMI cord. They're all brand new, so it's not like it's an old one. How long did it take you approximately? Well, let's see, let's see how far I'm in the game. Manage session, I think. Here we can just save. Do cyberpunk theme VOD 33.5 complete. All right, so we're just doing a little save here. And then if we look, I'm at 283 hours, but I didn't start on this city until about 110, I think. So we'll call it 200, maybe less, like 175 to 200 to do these two buildings and do all this planning. Right, I've got all these freeways and stuff in. We've already planned a lot of the factories. I mean, I spent 12 hours just planning the next 4 factories. There's going to be a building here, a building here, a building there, and then the building that I'm standing on. Right? I spent 12 hours just planning the factories. So the factories are planned, they're ready to go, everything's laid out. I also have I have a map. This is the map of the city. Oh, BMC, all was fine on your end. You didn't see anything happen. Okay, good to know, BMC. But here's a map of the city, right? And so here's the central storage. That's the big cylindrical building. I'm trying to do a cyberpunk themed city. You know, like a futuristic cyberpunk theme. Not necessarily like dystopian, but kind of like this. I really like this teal and purple. Hey, Mikey, good morning yourself. Thank you for all those bits last night, man. It was you did a lot. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I'm kind of trying to do something like this, but I'm using real world buildings. Kind of except for the middle one. Except for this one. This one is the Shard in London. That's what I'm working on now. This one is a building in Bahrain. Here, I'll show you. This one here, or better picture there. So I'm going to do that building. I'm going to try. And then this building, the aluminum factory, I'm going to make this building. This is in Moscow. It's called the Century Building, or the Mercury Building. And then the computer factory, I'm going to try for this building. It's in Chicago, the John Hancock building. So that's the goal. And then I have all these factories planned out. So this is the factory that goes in the Shard. It's already ready to go. I know what it needs to make, and then I know like what it needs to send to like the next one, like this heavy modular frames factory. You know, it needs to input reinforced iron plate and concrete, you know, and wire, and we're gonna do that with trucks. So, you know, in game down here, that's why I have these roads. So I'm gonna make trucks being passed back and forth between these three, supplying everybody with items made in their building, right? And so, but yes. Why are we? Did I? Apparently, I broke my camera. Apparently, I can see up inside myself. Great. Perfect. There we go. As soon as I landed, it was fine. But there you go. That's the basic plan. This is my Fixmas factory. I did actually win 8th place in the Coffee Stain Studios Fixmas contest because I built Nakatomi Plaza. You know, and if you're a person that doesn't think that Die Hard is a Christmas movie, then to be honest with you, I mean, I think that you should probably find somebody else to watch, because I don't think we need that kind of negativity here. Konpeki Plaza. Well, I may have all the buildings picked out for the southern 2 quarters of the city, but I also have we still have to do, this is all just basics, right? This is all basic stuff. Power, the Fixmas, computers, aluminum, heavy modular frames, right? We still have to do all this up here, including Fix-It Diamonds and Phase 4 and Phase 5 space elevator parts. So there's a lot of buildings left to pick out. And then here, let me look that one up. I'm sure I did look it up. There's some people that have given me really good, yeah, Konpeki Plaza. It's on the searches here. Images. We could absolutely do this. We could do something like this. I think it works. I think it works with the system that, or the look that we have. Yeah, I think this works. I think we could do this. I mean, it's from the I'm building a cyberpunk city. You know, we should definitely have a cyberpunk building in there. There's not a lot of good pictures of it, but then again, I haven't done a bunch of research. So, but I could absolutely make this little logo and stuff and put it on the front. Yeah, for sure. This is like one of the end game buildings for the space elevator parts. Absolutely. Besides, Konpeki Plaza wouldn't do something as simple as, you know, aluminum factory, right? It's gonna be like, it's gonna be the shit. It's gonna do some, you know, it's gonna do end game parts. But yeah, that's the plan. And to be honest, I sort of I started a Satisfactory Factorial playthrough, and I'm a little obsessed with that right now. So I'm mostly streaming that, but I am streaming Satisfactory Saturdays. No matter what, I always stream Satisfactory on Saturday night. And I know it's probably Sunday where you are. In fact, it's Sunday where I am, but it was Saturday when I started. So, but as soon as I finish the Factorial playthrough, we will be doing much more work on this city. My goal is to have the city done by May or June. I don't know if it's possible, but that's what I'm going to try for. Okay, let's see how this looks now. Oh my gosh, the reflection was really throwing me off. I thought it was building underneath. I don't know, was that throwing any of you guys off too? Oh, that looks beautiful. And we'll just snip that. Or to save on postage, what if we move him down and line up him and then chop him there? Yeah, then we're kind of like 2 pillars. Yeah, oh, let's go the other way. Let's go the other way. Oh God, here goes Mikey. Ken, you know what would be really cool? Hear me out. Anybody that says, hear me out, makes me very nervous, especially if their name is Mikey. Go ahead, I'm hearing you out. It's like one of my kids say, now, don't get mad. Do you promise not to get mad? No. I will never promise not to get mad. Make the platform you are putting your buildings on into the Tyrell Corporation pyramid. I know, I wanted to do that, but to be honest with you guys, the way that power is in Satisfactory right now, nuclear power is just really not worth it. I wanted to do the Tyrell Corporation pyramids in the desert and make a giant nuclear factory, but I just don't think I don't think it's needed, and I don't think that I really have a place for it. You know, I kind of want to just focus on this city, because we're gonna make a rocket fuel factory over on this side right here. Power tower. I'm gonna make a rocket fuel factory here, and the amount of power that it's gonna make, it would be silly to also do nuclear, and I don't really think any other building makes sense to use for the Tyrell Corporation. Like, I could make a giant Tyrell Corporation that does every factory in the game, right? If I ever do a third playthrough, you know, I might do something like that, right? Just a huge ass double factory, just giant, like that takes up 2 biomes, right? Or a factory that takes up most of the map, you know? Why not have an excess? BMC, because it's a matter of scale. I think I'm already gonna have like 4 times more power that I need just with the like, we're not talking like an extra 50%. We're talking like, I think that the rocket fuel factory, look, I don't know. I'm gonna build the rocket fuel. I'll make you a deal. I'm gonna build the rocket fuel factory. Okay, it's basically already been designed. It's gonna use up all the oil in the blue crater. That's it. Okay, if that's not enough power and we're getting near to the end of this playthrough, then I'll do nuclear. I don't think we need it. So no promises, but I don't think so. No promises either way. I do really like the Tyrell Corporation pyramid. I really, really like it. And I wanted to fit it into this. I'm just not sure that we're going to be able to. BMC, I actually didn't read that. I skipped over that line, not on purpose, but I do see that it apparently that was a spoiler for Cyberpunk. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm fine. I'll build whatever version I think looks good and matches what I'm trying to get this city to look like. And I know that's hard because I sort of have a vision, and it's really hard to kind of sometimes to communicate that vision. But yeah. Yeah, you are a real piece of work, sir. You're not gonna work, are you? Ooh. Ooh, she dances. Actually, we're deleting this anyway. What the hell am I smoking? Oh, my song's repeated. That means we've been going for 4.5 hours. Is that right? Yeah, 4 hours and 41 minutes. You know what I may have to do when I'm finally done with this Satisfactory playthrough and I switch over to the MMO, I may have to find a more of a fantasy vibe. This is very like, you know, tech vibe, you know, very sci-fi cyberpunk vibe, which works perfectly. Obviously I'm making a cyberpunk city, but like I may have to find new music, guys. It'll definitely be a little bit of a channel rebrand for sure. I'll change my YouTube up a little bit, the page, you know. I mean, I already did. Here, let me. I don't know if I can show you. I don't know if Satisfactory will fully minimize, but I already changed over my wallpaper. Got a little bit more of a fantasy vibe going. I won't be changing my YouTube name though, so don't worry about that. Okay, so can we do a little bumpy bump here? I think we can, and I think it'll work. Bump. Oh no, you suck. Yeah, you can't, you don't get to stay, my friend. Nope. So we have open glass here. Yeah, no worries, BMC. It's all good. It's like saying, like, don't spoil Lord of the Rings for me. Okay. Well, sir, first of all, the book's been out for freaking 80 years. And secondly, movie's been out for 25. So chill. I love what I've seen in Let's Plays about the game, how the devs recovered it from the poor state and it was initially into something awesome. So they said, my tech is pre-World War II, so I couldn't play it. Hey, BMC, what did you think about the, as a fan of Cyberpunk, the game, what did you think about, did you watch the Netflix show? The anime? I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, you haven't seen it? Yeah, I'm not going to do that. It's still gaming content. Like if I was switching over to, yeah, I mean, Eye in the Sky, it's a question of, I've done I have done more research on how the YouTube algorithm works than you can possibly imagine. Right? And it is a function of genre. Okay, now, if I was starting a barbecue channel, I would not use this channel. Okay, but I'm going to be playing a different video game, and I'm still going to be sitting here live streaming my computer while I play a game. To me, no, it's not even close worth starting a new channel over. And let's be honest, I mean, it's true, a lot of people come here for Satisfactory, and will they continue watching me and play another game? Maybe not. But there's also a lot of people that are here because of me, you know, and not a lot, but some. And so, I mean, a variety gamers do that all the time, you know. And let's be clear, there has been some gamers that have started second or third channels, some even in the Satisfactory space, and they ended up canceling it because it didn't work. Now, I think instead of content, I think there's a better argument or another argument to be made about the format. One channel being live streams and one channel and a different channel being videos or shorts. Say, okay, so that I do understand, but just because I'm switching games, no, I'm not going to be making a new channel. Nor am I going to be changing this channel's name either. And we're starting to lose a little bit space, or did I make an error? Let's check. We lined up okay? Yeah, it's really a question about severity. Like, how different is the audience? And to be honest with you, especially Satisfactory games, I think that the type of game, it's not like I'm going from Satisfactory to like, because of me who's that masochistic. Well, I'll remind you of that the next time that you join one of my crust live streams. Like, it's not like I'm going from this game to like Marvel Rivals or like Fortnite or something, right? Where there's a lot of screaming and there's like, it's like a lot of action and a lot of flashy stuff. Like, the game that I'm going to be playing is also going to be really calm, and it's going to be chill, and I'm going to be able to talk, and we're going to be hanging out for long periods of time, you know? And I think that both games also appeal to the same kinds of people, right? Older people, ones that, you know, aren't watching a streamer, you know, because of, you know, gimmicks, you know, don't really care about a lot of that stuff, you know, wants to just relax, you know, and chill, and so all of that stuff is going to be the same, you know? So I think in that sense, it'll make a lot of sense for me to, and we're losing the fight, and we have a long way to go. What can I do? I mean, we may have to just live with it. See how bad it is. Let's go down here and look. Right, so here, it's right at the outside edge. But let's check down here. See, it's farther in. And I don't know, I may just have to live with it. We're slowly losing pace though. But I can hide it in a sense by stopping right there. But that will poke out more and more and more and more. Like this does lean. It's just kind of not leaning quite enough. If you change this channel's name, how are we supposed to continue with the puns? Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. The rocket factory's gonna use up all the oil? No, it's gonna use up actually a very small amount of the oil. Are you making a pun? Mikey, are you making a pun that I don't see? The rocket factory is going to use up all the oil. Oh, you're talking about the construct. It would be very constructive, you think, to keep the same name? Yeah. BMC, I'm here because you actually engage your community and read the chat. I almost just like skipped that, reading that one on purpose as a joke. We're starting to bleed over. Can we hide it? Ooh, that's worse. Ooh. 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 Guess we could half nudge in. Probably wouldn't even notice. Probably be less noticeable than an empty window. Pretty nice, actually. Doesn't solve the other problem, but keeps the glass from looking too funkified. How's it look on the inside? Yeah, I mean, it looks kind of like shit on the inside, but I'm here because you actually engage your community and read the chat and answer people. That is what makes everyone stay, regardless of what game that brought them to your channel, I'm sure. Oh no, not everybody. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I mean, if I was streaming Satisfactory Factorio tonight, okay? If I was streaming it tonight, then even, you know, still Saturday night, same time frame, all that stuff, still a factory game, I would have probably about the same amount on Twitch. There's a pretty good Twitch Factorio community, but there's a very, very light YouTube Factorio community. I would have probably half the viewers right now if I was streaming Factorio. So it does, the game does matter, you know. And I'm a very arrogant person, but I'm not even I am not arrogant enough to know that, you know, if I stream a new game, I should expect 100% of my audience to join me in that game. Like, I get it. Some people really love Satisfactory and they're here for that. And I totally understand. You know? Oh my god, I hit the wrong button. But it shouldn't do that. It's the same as other frosty. So yeah, but it's on it. It's I'm not sure why it's doing it. Eye in the sky. In theory, you're right. In theory, you are right. But seeing as how this is not an actual real building and people's lives don't depend on me, I think we're gonna let go of the reason why it's doing what it's doing and just accept that it sucks. And I'm gonna see if I can find a workaround. But you're right. You are right. As usual, in your eye in the sky way. So yeah, same dealio here. Right, and so how are we doing now? Now, some of it has to do with this twist. Some of it has to do with yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I thought about that. I did, but I'm too far up this tree using the other blueprint. Christian, I'm here for the giggle. Oh no, not the giggle. Christian, did you see the YouTube short that I put out this week? Magical, you feel called out? Oh, for not watching my Factorio stuff? Yeah, I mean, don't stress about it. It's all good. I would never want anybody to be here that doesn't want that, like, you know, everybody's time is valuable. Even eye in the skies. Everybody's time is valuable. And so I just really do appreciate when people are here. There's people that I really love that I think are great content creators. You know, Fluxo and Pomcac and some of these guys that are amazing. And do I spend all of my, I don't have any time to spend watching them. I just don't, you know? And so I get it. You know, if you've got, if Factorio isn't a game that you're interested in, then, you know, then it's all good. You know, so it's all good. Yeah, no, I saw what you said, Eye in the Sky. I'm not gonna redo all of this, I don't think. Look, let's get the whole thing in. If it's really bad, I'll consider it. Oh no, I keep hitting the wrong button. If it's really bad, I will consider it. But I think that we're probably gonna live with it. It's at the very top, and it's very subtle. I mean, we're almost done here. I will stop kind of hyper fixing the windows until we're sure we're not going to make a big change like that. Well, I can't do that. I need that. I mean, this is probably going to have to go. Oopsie. Reform. For now. I'm gonna tell you what I definitely need to do is use this one where I don't have to delete so much stuff. It's called the half window or the small window or something. Shard window side small. I'm not really losing space on this side. I'm just losing it on that side, so I don't know what that really says. But the other thing that we could maybe do, and if this does work, maybe I do it, go back and do it sooner. I mean, why don't we just do that? That actually looks really nice. Just a half nudge, put it back on track. Right, and then there's the brake. That's all we have to put up with. Just do it a little further down. I'll probably do this. That's not a big deal at all. In fact, and I can even hide this. Watch, wherever we do that, I just do this. You can see the, all right, you can see the windows. But, yeah, okay, we'll do that. I like that. I like that plan. Little half nudge. Call it good. I'm probably gonna go back, including that one I just built. I think that's less disruptive than not doing anything. The short was pretty good, totally not biased at all. Yeah, Ella helped me with that short. Actually, Ella made the short. If you continue with the other BP, you think one would see the change? Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, if I just halfway up started it, I'm actually not 100% sure the difference in those two blueprints. I'm not 100% sure. I can't really remember. Last weekend was a little bit of a blur. All right, so let's kill this. Let's go back to when we were really kind of effed. A couple more maybe. Let's get rid of the this was all the nudges I did, right? Because all the windows were half nudges, and it liked that. So, right, so that makes sense. Do we like this one? We'll do it from here up. So we'll do it right here, and the higher up the better, because harder to see. But let's do it here. So new thing, and then let's do exactly what I would have done, and then half a nudge, boop. All right, and so let's take a look and see what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, that's not really that bad at all, you know. And I can even Maybe I'll hide it like this. Most people would not be able to see that. I'm gonna have a hard time seeing that, even when I know it's there. You know, I mean, it's there, it's a thing, but all right, now hopefully that'll be enough. We might have to do it again. So the giggle, huh? The giggle happens, you know, I have no control over the giggle. It's an involuntary giggle. And I don't think it happens that often. Are you telling me that you sit here listening, just hoping it happens? Like just waiting? Because that's dedication. Yeah, it looks clean. You can sort of, if you know what you're looking for, you can see it down there. But we're gonna get rid of that. That I can see. Oh no, I keep doing that. Those buttons are very close and I have very fat fingers. No? Okay, good. Well, you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Yeah, we should be able to make it to the top with that much space. Should be fine. No. Oh, meaning no, you haven't seen the short, or no, you don't just watch my stream hoping to hear me laugh. The short is basically like 50% me laughing. Oh my god, what happened there? Oh my god. There we go. Both? All right, you guys want to watch the short real quick? Yeah, let's watch it. Wonder if here, I gotta I'll get ready, I'll turn it up. Okay, we're putting them on. Armor. Equip rare or better quality of power armor, Mark II or mech armor. Oh, look at the extra space. Well, let's pop it all in for now, because I don't know how many batteries we'll need. Oh my god. Like, here's the map mode speed. Here's my running speed. It's like the same. Watch me die. You're never gonna catch me. Death from above. They can't hit me. Oh no, until they hit me. Oh no. Oh no. I got cocky. Oh my god. I knew when I left. I knew when I left this was gonna happen. Okay, we're putting them on. There you go. There you go. 1 second, let me reset my my levels. All good now. I think the same song's playing. Too cocky. Too cocky. Too cocky indeed. Well, to be fair, I was testing. You know, and you know, it's got to be, if it's gonna be a good test, you gotta push the limits. Oh no, you're gone. You're out of here. You're out of here. Okay, so that means we can switch over to the thinner one at that point, since we're not building that outside glass anymore. Yeah, I actually, you know, I sat down with the wife in, what was that, 2021? Is that 2021? No, 2022. Probably February, March 2022. Yeah. So 3 years ago now. And we decided, because we weren't doing anything like with our time. Like we weren't, you know, trying to build businesses. She wasn't really doing her art the way she wanted. I wasn't really doing, you know, I was unhappy because I wasn't trying to build anything, like, you know, in my life. And so we sat down and we made a list of possible things that we were going to try to, you know, businesses that we were going to try to build, or you know, different things. And you know, we had multiple ideas for YouTube channels. We ended up going with focusing on her art, and we did that for like a year and a half, until I decided to start this channel. And then very quickly this channel started making money, whereas her channel had not. And so I kind of and to be honest, she didn't really want to push her channel in that way, you know, her art in that way. You know, the YouTube channel for her was just like, you know, it was probably mostly for me, you know, because I'm the one that wanted to do a YouTube channel. And it was great, and I learned a lot. I learned a lot about editing, and but it wasn't really, you know, it was very, very difficult to get a video done. And we were getting one done like every 2 months, and they were only 5 minutes long. Like it just wasn't really working. You know, it's getting very little to no views. You know, they're really great videos, I think, but it just, wasn't really working, you know, and so when this started to go and take off, we decided to just go all in, for me to go all in on this. And then she started teaching this last, oops, that's not right. She started teaching art. Why are you sliding up, you POS? There we go. This last fall, you know, and she's really enjoying that, and making, you know, she's not getting paid a lot, but it's way more than the YouTube channel is making, because the YouTube channel is making zero. And it's not really about the money. It's about, you know, doing something that we both like, and, you know, building it to replace our income with something that we love doing, rather than, you know, something I have to do to you know, so that I don't get evicted. You know, that's it. And maybe we can and maybe we can't, but this whole thing was about, you know, trying to spend our time, you know, I mean, I'm 40, she's 35, and, you know, the whole thing's about just trying to spend our time doing something that we love doing, wherever we can. You know, just let's do what we want to do before we get too old to do what we want to do. You know, and for her, that's, oh my God, why are you nudging poorly? See, look, I don't understand. It's not nudging back. That time it nudged back. And then now she's actually redoing her website. She was working on it tonight. I don't think the changes are published yet. She is been working with this. Oh, that's not what I wanted. She's working with this. It's kind of like an alternative place to send your kids for classes during the day. A lot of charter schools and homeschooled kids, you know, and she's one of the teachers there. She's got 5 classes a week. They're all art and crafts and photography, stuff like that. But she is going to build up her own business of private art lessons. And my wife is very good with people one-on-one, you know, and so that's what she wants to do. And she's always wanted to do that. She wanted to teach. And so she, it wasn't really, and then now she can paint without me having to be like, oh, you got to do this to get the footage and blah, 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 right? So she's actually happy we stopped the YouTube channel, I think. But I'm glad we did it. I learned a lot. We're about, ooh. Is there a way to salvage this? That's a half nudge back. That's what that is. If I just half nudge it back, just like we've been doing, all this problem goes away. And it's right at the top, and it's totally fine. And all right, there we go. So she's really happy, and right now she's mostly teaching younger kids. She wants to teach older kids. You know, because, you know, it's, in some ways it's little more than daycare. You know, she wants to actually teach art, like adults, older kids, you know, teenagers. She doesn't want to do kindergarten finger painting. But, you know, at the same time, it's fine. It's just not her goal. So yeah, we're setting up the website, and we're gonna see if she can get any what if I go like this? Yeah, no, that looks worse. Any students? I think this one's done. We just have to kind of clean up on the way down, and we'll be fine. She's gonna do $60 for an hour and a half. Private lessons. I don't know what we're gonna do with my crazy ass kids who run around and scream like, you know, someone's chopping off their arm in the middle of the day. I mean, there's a reason I don't live stream during the middle of the day, and it's only partially because I work. It's the 5-year-old boy. He's... It's all his fault. That one piece I played, dude, I did sort of know that it wasn't perfect. I wouldn't go as far as saying it was cursed. All right, I can sort of see it from here. Fine. So yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do with the monkeys. Oh no, that was the nudge. That was a nudge piece. Actually, I actually quite like that one. That was the one you were talking about. That was the nudge piece. So I just deleted it. Yeah, it looks good. There's an argument to be made. I should have nudged back here, but either way, it looks good now. I'd really love to get like a place where I had my own space to stream, you know? Do the same thing here. Oops. Because I just stream in my bedroom. You know, nothing crazy, nothing fancy. All right, that's it. That's the wall. Let's head back and take a look. We definitely have some work to do between some of these walls. Between most of them. I actually haven't done most of the work that needs doing. I've done a couple. I think that box looks good. I think it works. All right, so I'm gonna sneak down really quickly. I'm gonna check on the brisket. I'm smoking a brisket right now in a pellet smoker. I haven't checked in 2.5 hours, so I'm gonna use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to sneak downstairs and hopefully not wake up my wife. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I can stream with her, you know, sleeping 10 feet away from me every night, but for some reason coming down the stairs I woke her up. So I'll be right back. I'm just gonna peek on this brisket, use the restroom, and then we should be good to the end of the stream. All right, don't go anywhere. You can leave when I get back. Have returned. Message retracted. Sorry. What are you talking about, Eye in the Sky? Talking shit and deleting it while I'm gone? Pee-wee move right there. Okay. Everything, brisket's looking great. The outside's nice and dried. And it was a brined brisket. I'm doing a pastrami, so very waterlogged. I haven't seen him for forever. I haven't seen Gizmo since oh, where's my cursor? There it is. I haven't seen Gizmo since the Super Star Destroyer. Really haven't. So, yeah. Okay. So one panel left, and then we just have to kind of get the interconnections going. And then I want to try to see if I can get the lights on tonight for the thumbnail. And in fact, we actually might do the lights next, because the lights may change how we treat some of these, filling in some of these gaps. Maybe not, I don't know. All right, so let's start here at the bottom. But yeah, my brisket doesn't have a crust on it yet from the smoke. But it's getting there, and we are going pretty low. Usually go 250, we're going 200. So here, let me translate that for you guys. I don't know what's going on. There we go. So typically low and slow barbecue is at 250 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 121 Celsius, right? So that's typically what you'd see when you do like, especially like Texas style low smoked barbecue. 250 degrees. You can go lower, and I like to go lower because my pellet smoker doesn't put as much smoke on as a stick burning, as a wood burning smoker would. So I typically go lower so I can smoke it for longer on purpose. And so what I'm doing is I'm actually going 200 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 93. So I'm going 93, and then my wife, when she wakes up for the day, she'll pump it up to 250, and so you know, it'll work its way up slowly at the lower temp, and then like all night basically, and then when she's up and she can watch it, because it needs to be, the temperature needs to be checked, and it's really not even the temperature as much as it is the texture for when it's done. And so we don't want it like completing, you know, while I'm still streaming and she's asleep. So that's why we have it lower. Plus it gives extra smoke. All right, let's see if we can make this work. So it's lower than it otherwise, you know, would be. Oh, we want to go to these outer ones. Hey, Mycito, how's it going? Are we even? Close to even? Oh yeah, yeah. Slip into a Slim Jim. Perfect. I have like a frog in my throat, and talking like Macho Man Randy Savage didn't help. Here, let's close these. may have to twist this one out. But in case, I said, now you built 2 cubes next to a shaft. Marvelous architecture. Waking up from a birthday party. Oof. Caffeining up to grind some Satisfactory. Well, that sounds like a good time. A good ass time. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Let's take a look-see. The Savage. On Twitch. Oh man, he's just like, hi, I can be. Oh my god, that's so funny. I'm talking about Macho Man Randy Savage. Random viewer on Twitch named The Savage. Oh shit, that's funny. Oh god. Oh, there you go. Oh, is Christian still here? That was your giggle for the evening. Oh, I gotta take off my glasses, wipe my eyes. Jesus. That was funny. Like, I was not expecting that. Like, I see like the wave, the hand wave, and then I was like reading the name because, you know, I'm responding to just a chat like normal, and then like it hits me, the joke. Oh geez, that was funny. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we're already outside of the lane here. So let's Christian. Yeah, so let's try the same twist we did on the other one. What a twist. Oop. Said the blind man. I don't know if I like it. Because it kind of changes the nature of its relationship with its friend. This friend here. Okay, yeah, I don't know if that's the right solution. What if instead we redo the line here? We still do the inside to this one. But this one we go on the outer. This does have potential issues, but, you know, so does not doing it. Yeah, but if I twist it, it's gonna look weird. We didn't twist this one. We twisted this one. Well, they do come together at an angle. I just reduced the angle. I did make that choice. So these do, I mean, this is further away. Like this is square, right? So if you go like this, that's 5 meters. Right on the edge. Go like this. That's 4 meters. So it is an angle, it's just not very steep. I had to choose between 10 degrees and 50 degrees. Because I could only do... I did it less than it's supposed to be. I seem to remember that there was a reason. I just can't quite remember what that reason was, to be honest with you. Oh, it went black again. Did it go black just now for you guys? It had to do when I alt-tabbed. It doesn't like it when I'm alt-tabbing. So, yeah, I definitely did a more shallow angle. I mean, left and right do not align. I mean, sure they do. If I twist this, it's gonna look weird. That's what I'm talking about. So I don't want to twist it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it's doing it when I alt-tab. So I don't think it's a hardware problem. You know, it's doing... But not every time. It didn't do it there. So I'm not sure why it started doing that. So I mean, these do align. They're purposefully aligned. I spent a lot of time making sure they're aligned. Now they don't quite kick out the same as they do. But if I go twisting this, it's not going to look right. So that's why I don't want to twist it. What if we just half nudge right at the beginning? Or let's try something. Let's try something else. So instead of in the middle, what if I go like this? Right, so it's like a half nudge, but only on the side that needed it. This side doesn't need it, so I didn't nudge it in. That could have unforeseen consequences farther up the tower, but again, I feel like I'm trying to pick the lesser of evils here. No, I mean, I did change it. I didn't kick this angle out as much. So it's like this. I'm exaggerating this so it's easier to see. Okay, it should be like this. Right, and then the other one match. Right? Obviously that's a shitty job, but it should be more like this. It's flatter like this. In. I mean, if we look, where are you? Right there. Yeah. So it's kicked out more. By the way, they're not in the middle. They're not supposed to be in the middle. This one's much smaller as it goes up. I did them much flatter. You know, so that's, and you know, maybe it wasn't the right call, but it's sort of done now. There was a reason. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, see how they're sharp? It's basically if I took this and pushed it in. So. But it's fine. It's a very, very, very minor thing that somebody would only know if I told them. I wonder if we can split baby here. Yeah. Oh, a little bit more to the left. Yep, I like it. They're not parallel. They're not. I showed you that. I measured. They're, it's minimum 1 meter closer. They're not parallel. I thought they were more than they are, but they're not parallel, no. But they probably look parallel. I'm sure they do. I was trying to do a lot with this wall. I mean, look at how crazy this wall gets. You know, it's flat for a while, and then it takes on the tilt. And then at this point, it takes on the curve in. This is a wild ass wall. So, yeah. Getting wider over there. Such an awkward distance. I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Boop. Mikey is asking the Savage on Twitch, would you pick a number between 1 and 10? I don't know if I like this. Can it's Mikey PSD? I absolutely do. Mikey and Eye in the Sky PSD. Yeah, PS. I don't know. PSTD? I don't know. Yes. PSD, same thing. So I can cover up some of this and it won't look as bad if we do this, which we have been. So that's not a problem. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring this over so that this guy kind of touches here. And this should be far enough for us to put in a piece of glass. Come on, half nudge. Did you disappear? Good enough for government work. In which case, all right, now, okay, so now instead of adding one and deleting, okay, I got it. Just a really awkward size, like trying to lift a couch up the stairs. It's not that it's heavy, it's just an awkward shape. Right. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so are there any good, like, got a question for you nerds. A lot of you are nerds. All right, so anybody here very familiar with either. Okay, and these are these two things are pretty different, what I'm about to say, but they're related in a sense, and I could talk about what I want to talk about from either direction, so I'm fine with either one. So is anybody familiar either with good anime, meaning, you know, and like kind of like older stuff, not necessarily newer stuff, okay? Or sci-fi, like epic sci-fi, you know, military science fiction and or space opera science fiction, you know, stories / books. Anybody kind of, because I have some, and even if there isn't somebody, I'll kind of walk through my thinking of a little story, or not even a story, just something I want to kind of share. You have a surprise in Discord. Ugh. Oh, they're not parallel. You. And I don't appreciate the honey. I don't think they're parallel. They might be parallel. They might. They might be parallel. They might be parallel. Ender's Game. Ender's Game is a good example, yeah. I swear I kicked this out. To be honest with you, this wall was so difficult, I can't remember what I did or didn't do. I agree, though, that this probably did end up parallel. I don't think I intended for that to happen. Maybe I couldn't make it work any other way. It doesn't matter. It's done now. But I will admit that they probably actually are parallel. I definitely didn't make them parallel on purpose. This one's definitely kicked this way. The problem is this one isn't. It's not going this way. Oh, well, yeah, maybe this gap is too wide. Well, plus it goes up and straight for a while. So the only thing I can think of is that this gap right here is too wide. Right, and if I'd have brought this gap in, then it would have kicked that in. So yeah, really what it is like, here. Copy image, paint, paste. It's right here, right? Unfortunately, I think what I did, and I think it's a mistake. I think this one This one, I purposefully... here, let's do a line. A little thick, bro. This one I purposefully brought in. Like this, for sure. I remember, because I had a hard time getting the angles, so I brought this one in for sure. And then what ended up happening somehow is I did this instead of this. It just continued. But this does look good. So maybe the original problem was this whole thing was moved back. Right? So the problem was sort of this piece meeting with this piece. I think maybe I was starting here. And so I did this line, you know, and then I did this gap. And in order to do that gap, it was kind of like this, because I was focused on this gap being right. But if I had started farther out here, I could have gotten that, or maybe kicked the angle out this way more. Right? So even if I did start too far back, even if I did start too far back, maybe back here, I could have made up for it by taking a sharper angle out. Yeah. Well, it's okay. Basically, I flattened up this, well, basically, it looks like this is what it looks like. It goes like this with a gap. I will say this this box is nice having it there, and it matches. Maybe I couldn't get the angles to match. Man, I fought with this thing so much. I probably said something out loud. Like, when I was doing it, I probably was like, oh yeah, we'll do this way. I mean, look at this. I mean, yeah, definitely. This whole thing could be moved backwards. You won either way? Is it a competition? Try to always be right and make sure Kin is always wrong? Well, if that's the game you're trying to play, you're gonna win most of the time. This is really hard. It was not my intention to make them parallel, I'll tell you that. Or even better, as I remember it, it wasn't my intention to make them parallel. This is all the more reason, guys, for me to wrap up the Factorio playthrough, focus on that, so I can get here and do this stuff and kind of remember. I mean, this was only last stream that I was working on this. Well, no, that's not true. It was 2 streams ago, because last stream I put in those. But still, I mean, if I was streaming every day, that would have only been 2 days ago instead of 2 weeks ago. I would have had to actually have a chance of remembering. This stuff is really hard to do only once a week. So I got it, because it's so complicated. I can't remember where I was or what I was doing. So I'm looking forward to that time, and we're gonna make a lot of really good progress on this, and I think it's gonna be for the better. No, just concerned you're getting old and silly in the membrane, and I didn't. I mean, you know, those two things are not mutually exclusive. You can be old and silly and still be right about the fact they are parallel. I mean, you know, come on. Let's be clear here. You know, let's not jump to conclusions and make false equivalencies. Okay, now we are definitely on the in angle there, but this angle should stay the same. All right, let's go ahead and build these all the way up. Yeah, like a crotchety old grandpa. Not like the nice kind that gives you ice cream and then tells your parents, don't tell them. You know, don't tell your parents. Like the get off my lawn, you damn American. Kind of a grandpa. You Americans and your loud music and your square bread and your imperial system of measurement. Don't you know where your language comes from? Germanic. I like to drink smoked beer. You Americans building wooden houses and with your tiny GDP. Start talking about all your concrete conspiracies. About how the world is running out of concrete. You know, they don't make concrete like they used to. Not back in my day. The Roman Empire, now they knew how to make concrete. Except all of this in an old man with a German accent, which I can't do. The world is running out of sand, son. When you're my age, the concrete's gonna be soft, like this generation. That's not you as an old man, that's you, that's the way you sound now. You know why the US gallon and the imperial gallon is different? I don't. Now he's just spitting facts. I hit a nerve on that one. You thought I forgot. I didn't forget. Dude, the two buttons that I need are very, very close to the one that switches off my jetpack. I actually did watch a YouTube video about concrete and sand that directly refuted your argument about that. But I'm not a super nerd, so. We're in a bit of trouble here, guys. The same thing is happening. Question is, will it get better or will it get worse now that we are angling in? Did we talk about Roman concrete? Yeah, we did. You said that the sand to make concrete is running out in the world. Something like that. And I said you were crazy. You know, classic conversation between the two of us. Oh, you don't have a German accent? Man, this sucks. Angle is not great. What this makes me want to do. Alright. Sorry guys. What's my rule? If you're not happy, delete it. That sucks. I gotta have to redo all that. You still are colony rules by England. They sent liquids in jugs, ceramics by boat, and the difference between the volumes was the loss in transportation. Got it. So is the imperial gallon bigger than the US gallon? So we'd be like, oh yeah, it's a gallon. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, and then we threw it into the harbor. All right, so instead of... hey, Totality. How far am I? Well, I'm in phase 3. I've automated aluminum belts, so Mark 5 belts are automated. I have access to really everything in phase 3. Blenders. I think I have blenders. Yeah, I have blenders. I'm up to blenders. I don't have Mark 3 unlocked yet. And then this is basically the rebuild of the basics this is a rebuild of the starter factory. We're gonna make this. Right here. So reinforced iron plate 80 per minute, iron rods 50 per minute, iron plate 35 per minute, cable 120, copper sheet 550, wire 3700, and concrete 810. So it's not very big. That's why I am going with this one, because it doesn't have a lot of interior floor space, right? This is just not that big of a factory. Even though I've moved all of the wire production that we need in other factories to this one, it still doesn't even need that much space. Right, now this one's a big boy, right? This one's, he's big. Right, there's 52 assemblers, there's 100 assemblers, 125, there's 100 constructors, 150, 200 assemblers. Actually, we have a tab for that. Okay, 170 assemblers, 100 constructors, 8 manufacturers. So this one's pretty big. I mean, they're not mega factories. I'm not making mega ones. Where's the starter? the starter's in the, yeah, no worries. The starter's over here. I'll show you. Does anybody know if the tea that was sunk in the harbor was paid by the customer who ordered before it went down? I don't know. So all the starter stuff is in the grassy fields. So lots of dimensional depots. You can see the dimensional depots from here, but you can't see the regular storage bins that they're on top of. There's some over there too. But we've got, this is Caterium. This is Caterium wire, and limiters. Caterium factory, basically. This is steel factory. All the steel heavy modular frames. You can see the 4 belts that go into the manufacturer for the heavy modular frame factory, or for the heavy modular frame build. You can kind of see those 4 belts. You can't see the machines. And then that's the motor and stator and rotor factory. Motor, stators, and rotors. And then I've got somewhere, I may not be able to see it. Following this line, oh, there's copper. There's the copper factory. There's a bunch more dimensional depots. But over there somewhere, there's some construction for crystal. And then underneath is the aluminum factory in the Red Forest. So that's the old stuff. This is the new stuff. So this is going to be central storage. We've already got a bunch of the infrastructure in place. We've got roads. We're going to be doing everything via truck. These are the road pieces kind of laid out. Yeah, I've actually got this map. That's the Fixmas factory. The map looks like this. So we're working on the basics factory here. This is the Shard in London. And then we're going to do aluminum factory. This is going to be, there's a building in Moscow that we're going to do off of this. The computer factory, there's a building in Chicago that we picked out for this one. And then the heavy modular frames factory is this butte in, I think, let's see if I can say it right, Bahrain. So there you go. It's a Wyndham Hotels building. So that's the plan. The factories themselves aren't really that huge. It's basically, make sure I have enough, and we're banking a good amount, 50 to 100 per minute, depending on the item. Some of the harder to make items, we're not making that much. 10 per minute heavy modular frames. It's really not that much. It's more about the infrastructure of the city, the design of the city, and the kind of how all the factories work together. Yeah, definitely in Excel. Excel's the best tool. It's like instant graph paper that I can share with you guys. And I'm trying to freaking wrap up the shard here, but I keep getting shit on. So instead of there, we're gonna go there. Instead of there, we're gonna go there. Bum, bum, bum. So yeah, I usually do. I haven't done a full-blown tour of, that building yet today. No. It's not a distraction. Get back to work. I will. I like doing tours, and if I got a big if I got a raid, like last night while I was playing Factorio, I got 2 140-man raids. And I was like, oh man, I wish I got that in Satisfactory. I'd have something way cooler to show you. Because my Factorio play is not nearly as good as my Satisfactory game. So like, you know, if I did get a raid, I would probably full stop, take a break, and do a full tour from top to bottom. Of the city. So you never know, we may still do one tonight. But yeah, always feel free to ask questions, and if anybody ever doesn't know anything, that's the other thing too. I noticed I do okay in Satisfactory, but one of the things that that's happening to me in Factorio is that I'm concentrating so hard on learning a game while I live stream it, which is not very fun, by the way. It's a little stressful, to be honest. You know, I sometimes don't always explain what I'm doing because I don't, you know, I don't feel like I have the authority established to teach Factorio, but that doesn't mean that I shouldn't explain what I'm doing in the game. I don't know if that makes sense. But point being, if you're watching me play any game and you want a description, don't feel like you're putting me out or a tour or something. That's all. Bloop. Hello there. How's it going? Congrats. The Summoning Snowman Circle got you the Fixmas top 10. Nice. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I went over that when we started. I took eighth place in the Fixmas factory. You want to run over and see the snowman real quick? Did you see it bloop when I was building it, or it doesn't say first time chatter, so you must have been here before. Yeah, because you were new to Factorio, but for that you learned really fast. Yeah, I think I learned pretty fast. It is still hard because I got all these people watching me that know so much more about the game than I do. At least with Satisfactory, I feel like the parts that I do really well in Satisfactory, very few people also do well. There you go. Yeah, you saw it? Good. So I feel like I at least have like a little bit of I'm speaking on Satisfactory in a position of like at least some authority, like from knowledge. Dude, the chat, okay, so these two lines turned out really good. These two parallel lines right there and there, they turned out really good. They're gonna look really good when we put the lights on them and highlight them. I think that's my favorite aspect of this. But yeah, no, with Factorio is more complicated in some ways. Oh, it's definitely more complicated. Satisfactory is more sandbox, so you can make Satisfactory pretty complicated. But Factorio, I would say, I would say width maybe versus depth. I can do anything I want to kind of in this world, in fact, in Satisfactory, and that's kind of my jam, right? I like the sandbox nature of it, which is why I'm going to enjoy. It's the same reason I like the sandbox MMOs. I'm limited by what I can think of. Factorio has some of that for sure, but Factorio's also been around a lot longer, and they've had a chance to really add depth to their game. It's, you know, if Satisfactory put in a logic system, it would instantly bring you know, Satisfactory a lot closer to where Factorio is. But yeah, Bloop, at the beginning of the stream, I did kind of watch his watch the live stream where they announced it. It was a lot of fun. We watched it together. That's because Factorio is one dimension less. Exactly, right? So it's built into the nature of the game that it can't be as you know, sandboxy. But that's okay. It's not a bad thing. It's just a different game. And I do think I enjoy, or I am more, I gravitate towards the engineering aspects of Satisfactory more than the programming aspects of Factorio. Or gravitates, maybe not the best word, but I don't have as a natural grasp of it, which also makes it hard because I feel stupid when I'm when I'm trying to like figure out how the circuits work or whatever. Like I've talked about this before. I'm old enough and I'm self-aware enough to know, well, at least I try to be. Maybe I'm still delusional. That there's certain things that I am intelligent about, and there's certain things that way more people are more intelligent than me on. And one of those is like I'm pretty good. I would even go as far as to say very good if I have time. If I have time to think on things and kind of iterate them, you know, kind of on my own time. You know, I think about them. I think my subconscious kind of thinks about them. I have to sleep on stuff. And I just roll it around in my head, and I mean for days, weeks of a problem. Right, how to fix this, right? I'm already thinking about, guys, I'm already thinking about how I'm gonna do this. I'm already thinking about it. You know, I've got a plan in Satisfactory. I've been thinking about this cyberpunk city for over a year. You know, thinking about this, thinking about that, and like, okay, how am I gonna solve this problem? How am I gonna solve that problem, right? And I just slowly build this, like, you know, model or structure of problem solving before I even get to the stream, right? And then I get here and I have some ideas, and then you guys help me, and you know, it gets better. With Factorio, I'm going in blind. Like, I don't even know, I have no idea. I don't know how, you know, the production lines work. I couldn't even make, like, the belt. When I first started, I couldn't make the belt go, or the items go on the correct side of the belt that I wanted them to go to. I didn't know how to split stuff correctly. I didn't know how to filter stuff correctly. I didn't know what, you know, which ways inserters put the items on which side of the belt. Shit, I still don't know that. So, like, you know, versus when I'm doing Satisfactory, I've thought about this shit for a year, you know? So I have a strength, and that's how I kind of break down complicated problems, is kind of doing it this way versus just like being able to quickly see something and solve it. Like, I'm not very fast, you know? No, YouTube, now would not be a good time to insert ads. I think I'm plenty smart. I'm smart enough for anything I need to do, but I'm not fast, you know, in certain problems. And I just don't have a lot of practice with programming. What I do in Excel is a version of programming, right? And all factory planning is kind of a version of programming, but it's not like the actual like real world experience that would really help me in Factorio. So it, you know, I feel like I'm on the back foot and I'm like, and then I start rushing, and then Factorio by nature makes you kind of, you know, there's all these emergencies that you have to kind of deal with constantly, and you know, so then, you know, I'm doing that, and I already know deep down that, you know, this module that I built sucks, but like I don't exactly know how to fix it, and I could either, you know, sit on the struggle bus for 3 hours trying to like pound my head against the wall, or I could just make this piece of my factory the best I can make it and then move on, right? But the problem is I do move on, and then 2 days later, that shitty factory that I made, there's some problem that bites me in the ass, right, and causes me even more problem, right? But I don't know the best places to spend my time until I learn the game. And so I'm already better. Like my Gleba play last night, I think like was so much better than my novice play at the start of the game. And part of it is because I knew that Gleba was going to be difficult, and so I looked it up ahead of time, and I did what I described with this city. Is I was like, all right, well, how do I deal with, you know, spoilage, and how do I deal with feeding nutrients like power, and then, you know, and so I thought about that for like 3 days, right? And so that made when I got to Gleba way easier, because I wasn't being surprised, because I'm just not as good. Some people I know, man, they are very fast, you know, and I need time, so. But that's okay. So anyway, yeah, Factorio depth is insane. Absolutely. The things that you can do with circuitry, you know, basically there's kind of 4 or 5 different recipes for every item, and we have that in Satisfactory as well. But in Factorio, there's like a more definitive reasons to use them over one or the other. Maybe. Yeah, until I don't need to do it anymore. Eye in the sky. I only had to do that for about 4 panels. I'm not doing it right now. I didn't do it here. It's not worth changing. Like, I don't have to do it anymore. I just had to do it for about three panels. You know, and then I'd have 2 versions of it. So I don't know. I thought about it. I thought about it and I rejected it. I mean, now I have to do it to the right. So, you know what I mean, like, you know, what are we gonna do? We're gonna make, how many versions am I gonna make? And I'm on the last damn wall. That's the other reason. So we're just gonna notch this in, and I'm not gonna worry too much about it, because I realized that I am gonna be covering this up with lights anyway. And we're gonna put the lights on, and if it doesn't look good with the lights on, I'll change it then. We can do this. These are probably not gonna fit. That one's probably not gonna fit either. I might nudge those backwards. It just depends. We'll put the lights in and then I'll decide. Yeah. I can see how you feel less smooth. Yeah, that's a good way of describing it, right? Like, and the thing that irritates me the most is like a I said this already today, but like, because I was thinking about this, I don't get to do this, what I'm doing right now, which I think is one of my strengths with streaming. Telling a story. Oh, I forgot about the anime question and the sci-fi question. I'll talk about that later. But like, you know, stuff like that, telling stories, you know, talking about myself, which, you know, obviously I love doing. Don't we all? Me more so than you probably, you know. And so that, I think, is one of my strengths in streaming, and I can't really do that in Factorio because honestly I can't. It's as simple as I can't afford the brain capacity. I'm friggin' you know, firing on all cylinders as it is, you know. And so in order to do that, I have to stop what I'm doing and talk, because I can't multitask in Factorio. And that's one of the things that I'm more looking forward to when we switch over to the MMO, is that most of the time we're going to be grinding, we're going to be hanging out, and so I can I feel like I'll be able to do a lot more like what I'm doing now, which is, you know, shooting the shit and, you know, having a good time and chatting about, you know, random stuff. So we'll see. Thought it would happen every single time. Too distracted from watching by gulping down food like a locust. No, not every time. It's sort of shifting. Yeah, it's not gonna happen all the way up. No. That I would give you, Eye of the Sky. I would absolutely give you that. If I had to do that all the way up, I would make a new blueprint. Even for one wall, I would do that. Man, you ran out of snacks. Need to cut down neighbor and deep fry him. Ooh, wow, that escalated quickly. Is your neighbor a giant chicken? Because that's the only thing I could see where that would make sense. And we're starting to lose the battle here again. Do we have to do a nudge? Little nudgy nudge. Yeah, we may have to. We're pretty high up. Bum 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 bum. Okay, so let's talk about this, like, this thing. I was this is like a whole long story that I'm going to share with you guys. There's like, so there's something that I don't know, been thinking about, or kind of been craving or missing in my life from a story perspective, for kind of probably as long as I can remember. Okay, there are some stories that come close, or they get part of it. Okay, but there are others, but I haven't found anything that really is what I'm looking for. And I've talked about this. I was talking about this with my daughter, who wants to be a writer. She doesn't know what kind of writer. Some sort of, you know, fiction writer, not like a, you know, sports writer or something like that, right? Like a either poetry or you know, short stories or something, right? Novels maybe. And so we were talking about this, and there's like this type of story that I've sort of craved, you know, and I haven't been able to find it. And so we were talking about that as maybe something that, you know, her and I could write together. I think it'd be really, really cool. I've read a lot of stories. I've watched a lot of movies. I love, oops, that's very, very off. I love good stories, and I pretty much have one rule at my age, at this point in my life, of whether or not I will like a TV show or a book or a movie, and that one rule is if I can't tell what's gonna happen, because I just sit, like, if they can surprise me, because honestly 90% of content that I watch, and remember, I'm self-selecting ahead of time, right? So I'm already not watching shit that I know is bad, right? This is the borderline stuff that I'm choosing to watch, and 90% of it I know exactly what they're gonna do. I know, because I just know what writers like to do in stories. I know that this setup means this thing's gonna happen. I could just see it coming from a mile away. We gotta bump that back. This one has to be bumped back. You know, so that's like my only rule. Can we please just do something slightly differently? Just enough. You know, and I'll give you an example. There's a movie with Tom Cruise. It's a sci-fi movie, especially sci-fi movies, where it's kind of where I'm going with this whole conversation, especially sci-fi movies. It's called Oblivion. Okay, he's a guy, it's him and a girl, and they have a job to do, and it's like post-nuclear war Earth, and there's aliens in the sky that are bad guys that caused it, and there's these refugees, or there's these people that are like, you know, Morgan Freeman's in it. We have to cut that. So that, you know, I mean, it's fine. Okay, it's not gonna win any awards. It's fine. And I'm sitting there, and I've never seen it. We got it. I was watching it with the wife. Kind of right when it came out on like Blu-ray or whatever. So it was a while ago. This is kind of an older movie. You know, maybe 10 years old or something. We're sitting there, we're watching it. I saw the trailer. Okay, admittedly, I had seen the trailer. But between, hey, Jingle Mats, between the trailer of this movie and then, you know, in some movies, they kind of have like a cold open where they kind of show you, they introduce the characters, and they introduce kind of the, you know, the setting, you know, and it's music and stuff like that, even before you have a where they show the title, you know. And so they did that in this movie, and I'm telling you that I paused it. I told my wife between the trailer, right, which was like a minute and a half, and then the cold open, just kind of showing us the world and kind of the day-to-day life of this character played by Tom Cruise. I paused the movie and I told her, I bet you, and I won't spoil it, but there's two big twists. There isn't one, there's two. I predicted both of them. And the effing title of the movie hadn't come up, and all I'd seen was the cold open in the trailer, and I freaking knew how the movie was going to end. It's disgusting. You know, it's gross the way that some of these movies are written, you know, and I like Tom Cruise, right? I'm not like I like his movies, but that one, you know, and it's not directing, it's not acting, it's writing, and it drives me up the wall. And so I just want to be able to not know what's going to happen. Jingle Knots construction. So it's been exactly 1 week. Last time I wrote the mechanical engineering exam. Tomorrow, now it's a fluid mechanics exam tomorrow. Nice. Well, awesome, and good luck. So anyway, I have a pretty good interest in stories, you know, and writing, and I've been sort of looking for this story, you know, sort of craving this a type of story, a sci-fi story, for my whole life. And again, I get little pieces of it here and there. And so kind of what I wanted to do, since I was talking about this with my daughter, is, you know, ask if anybody knows any stories like the one I am kind of explain. And then how it has to do with anime is that I actually think there was an old anime that was very close to this, like a 90s or an 80s anime. And I wanted to kind of, if anybody had recognized it. But sort of what I'm looking for is like a, definitely could be categorized as military or space opera science fiction. But like epic. Right? So like what Lord of the Rings is to fantasy. Right? Or Brandon Sanderson is to fantasy, but to science fiction. Now there are some stuff out there, but specifically what has always irritated me as a science fiction enjoyer is, let's take Star Trek. And I know Korathal, you're still here, right? Let's take Star Trek. I wanted to see the battles. I wanted to see the wars. Like, I wanted to see them on a big scale. I wanted to know the logistics. I want to see armadas, right? Like Star Trek, and most of it's budgetary reasons, right? Some of it is philosophical reasons. They didn't want to have a war, but there's always like, they always hint at a war, especially like in Deep Space Nine, right? There's always this hint of the war with the Cardassians, you know? And it's like, I want to see I want to see the war, and we never get to see the epic war, you know? It's just the politics, which I get, and that's fine, and that's Star Trek, right? I'm just using that as an example, that I, you know, that's what I want to see. But more than that, right? No, but it's still not the war. It only hints at it. It's not the actual battle. It's just the behind the scenes politics, right? And it's not the whole of the Federation allied with the whole of, you know, all of the Federation allied planets against the Romulans and against the like, you know. Well, yeah, Babylon 5. I did start Babylon 5. I got distracted. I did start Babylon 5, right? But like, and then not just like a battle. Did you not see the later seasons? I saw some of them. There may definitely be some of that I have missed. I can't say that I watched them all. I know that there is some of that. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna do this. Let's do this. So maybe part of that is in there. But from a bigger picture perspective, what I'm just kind of using Star Trek as an example, right? But like, and I don't want to just see, like, I want to see like the economics and like and yes, the politics, but not just the politics, and and the results, like the consequences, right? And I mean, like think about it this way. So I was trying to explain to my daughter. So like, we have battles. Let's think of like naval battles, right? In let's say the Napoleonic Wars, okay? There's these some very large naval battles, right? Like and I'm not an expert on them, right? And so I might be kind of messing them up or something, but like, ooh, let's do this there. But like the big ones, there's some pretty hefty battles, right? And ooh, I need to undo that. Yikes, I did it the wrong way. Right, that there's a lot of ships involved, right? In the real world, right? But what are the resources behind those battles, right? Countries that didn't really have, definitely doesn't have the wealth that we have today, right? But there was still like fairly large naval battles where ships were being destroyed and lost, right? And like, I want that, but times like the resources of like entire planets and entire like take it all the way out, like imagine like EVE Online, but like the movie, right? And there's some stories like that, right? Wing Commander has some of that. One I thought about one. Yeah, some huge battles later. Maybe and maybe I am sort of thinking of them, and maybe I need to watch them for sure. But like, I don't know. I can't remember what example I was going to use, but there was another one that I was thinking of. And then I've read some, and to be fair, that's a lot easier to be done in novel form, right? In book form, because and Ender's Game is a perfect example, right? The strategy, the large scale, okay? And I love that, but it's still pretty limited, you know? Old Man's War has some, right? It has a little piece. Oh, Starship Troopers, okay? The movie, not the book. The book's pretty different from the movie. Guys, it's looking good. You know, the huge armadas, and like they kind of almost do like lip service to it, like it's there, but you don't get to see or understand like all the pieces. You know, it's almost like partially done. And like I said, it's probably better in book form. Should we do, I think we should do the lights. I think we should do the lights. And then I read a story earlier this year. Well, I was walking. I listen to audiobooks while I walk. I was reading or listening to. What was the name of that? What was the name of that? Well, I have to do my thing in 30 minutes. Let me pull it up. All right, Audible. Where's my library? Peter Hamilton. Specifically Pandora's Star and the other one. They're like a duology. I can't remember. I can't remember which one's first. Pandora's Star is one of them though. And there are parts of it that I really liked, right? You get this big economy, you know, you understand how this world works, you know, how humanity is spread across the stars, you know, and then, you know, we meet an alien race and we have to fight them, and I do like that. About a third of that book, I was like, this is amazing, and then a lot of it isn't that. You know what I mean? So, okay. Let's focus for a second on what we're gonna be doing here. We need to decide we're gonna use. I think it's this one. We also need to decide what color. And I think it's gotta be purple. I think it's gotta be purple. Maybe I can, you know, do some more Deep Space Nine. But the one that also comes to mind, my favorite one, it may be my favorite. Oops. Come on, where's copy? There we go. Star Trek Next Generation episode is Yesterday's Enterprise, where the Enterprise, it's an alternate timeline where the Federation is at war with the Klingons, you know, and I love that I love all the changes. Like, how is it different because they're at war and they've been at war for years? I love the relationship changes between like Riker and Facade and how they're so different. I love how the bridge looks different. You know, that everything that has happened because they've been at war. You know, I don't know. I really like that episode. And I wished I could, like, you know what I want? I want to watch an entire series that is that war. How did they get to the point where the Federation's losing against the Klingons? Like, I want to watch that 4-season arc, right? Following these various ships, like, you know, the spies work, you know, the you know, trying to make sure that, you know, the Romulans don't start fighting as well, and you know what I mean, like all of this interconnected. I want to see that, you know, I want to see them at war, you know what I mean? I don't want one episode, I want the entire series to be about that. I think that's the difference. Why is one of my comments highlighted by A red bar to the left and has dark text, not light. I'm not sure. What comment is that one? I can see you needed Deep Space Nine. Better yet, Babylon 5. There are huge battles later, Deep Space Nine seasons. And then I see you asking that question. Some YouTube thing, but there's nothing objectable in it. Yeah, it's a great episode. Yeah. By the way, that episode has the guy that plays the bad guy in Happy Gilmore, Shooter McGavin. He's in that episode, and he doesn't play a bad guy, which is kind of crazy to watch. That is probably my favorite episode. The flute one is maybe my favorite. It depends on how I'm feeling that day. But that's kind of what I'm talking about, right? Brandon Sanderson does actually have a short short novel, or like a novella or short story that is sci-fi that is really cool and interesting. And it has a little taste of that I really enjoyed. Hey Johnny, we talked about that already tonight. Here's the problem with building the Tyrell inspired nuclear power plant in the desert biome. I really love the Tyrell Corporation. Mikey on Twitch brought this up like 2 hours ago. I really love it, and I would love to build it, but I don't think it fits in this city, A, and B, that's why I wanted to do it as a nuclear plant. The problem is that I don't think I'm gonna need a nuclear plant. I'm gonna do a rocket fuel power plant in the city itself, and I kind of made a deal above Yep. The last thing that I see you say above Yep, Korthal, is I think you found a good balance in Factorio, but I can see how you would feel less smooth. And then Eye in the Sky says two things, and then you say Yep. But basically I made a deal, Johnny, that if I need the power, I will build it. If I don't need the power, then I won't. And I don't think I'll need the power. I don't want to build it just to build it. I want to build it as part of the game. But right now I'm kind of leaning on that it probably will not get built. If I had to lay bets, I think we may have to let that one go. Try to get this one in. But I am sad about it. I don't know if that makes you feel any better. Oh, and then I found on like a forum online. Oh, we forgot to change that to that and that. Oopsie doopsie. Let's try it again. Somebody has written a military science fiction story, and it's just sitting on a forum, and it's so good. It's so good. And I've actually been craving, I need to do a reread on it. Uh-oh. I made an error. It's about this, basically it's generations, maybe not 1,000 years, but it's definitely generations after humanity lost the war to this group of races, alien races, and humanity had built, in order to try to win, a ship that was run by AI, and it can be self-sustaining, and built into the driving behavior of the AI is to defend humanity, right? And or avenge humanity. And so what has happened is, over the course of, maybe it is 1,000 years, humanity is lost, and humanity is now a like a third-class citizenship race with these with this group of aliens. You know, like one of the main characters is is in an officer training program, because humans aren't, and it's the first of its kind, basically, because humans aren't smart enough to be officers, right? So that's kind of how humans are treated, right? And the modern humans have no idea where they came from, because the old, the conquerors changed history, right? And yet this old AI powered, like, badass dreadnought is out roaming the stars, picking off enemies, and has been for hundreds of years. It's really good. I really enjoy it, and it's just a dude that was writing a story on a forum in online. Like, I'd love to, and there's issues, right? Like, he needs a good editor, and but it's great. I think he has a Patreon, and I think he's written 2 or 3 sequels to it. You know what my problem with Deep Space Nine was? I don't like any of the characters. I don't know. I want to. I just don't like them the way I liked Star Trek TNG characters. I mean, Sisko's not a bad guy. He's not a bad character. I like Quark. Odo's fine. The Doctor's fine. But no, like, and the interesting thing to me about the Next Generation 2 is I liked different characters as I got older. Like, as I changed as a person, different characters started to, like, appeal to me. Like, when I was a kid, like under 12 and like up 12 to 14, who do you think was my favorite character? Oh yeah, I got YouTube and Twitch talking to me about Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine episodes: Way of the Warrior Part 1 and 2, Call to Arms, Favor of the Bold, and Sacrifice of Angels Part 1, Tears of the Prophets, Once More Into the Breach, The Siege of AR-558, and the follow-up is It's Only a Paper Moon. Yeah, okay, Paper Moon, which definitely, but sorry, I got that mixed up with Pale Moonlight. It does not follow up with the consequences. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Oh, is it a lot of it Maquis stuff too? The Maquis stuff always kind of irritated me. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't fully understand it. Here's the thing. I absolutely need to give Deep Space Nine a full shake as a full-on adult. Like, I do. I admit that. Nope, not Mickey. Okay. Is it all Cardassian Bajoran? But for the TNG stuff, like when I was 12 or 14, who do you think I loved? I freaking loved Wesley, right? Because like just like him, the adults don't understand me, and I'm smarter than I seem. And like, you know, of course, imagine me at 12. You're damn right. Wesley was the best character ever, right? And then when you come on, you know, when you have any sort of sense of like perspective, you realize Wesley is one of the worst characters ever put on any television show ever. He's insufferable. He is the definition of a Mary Sue. Like if you ever hear, like, if you don't know what a Mary Sue is, it's Wesley in seasons like 2 and 3. 1, 2, and 3. It's horrifyingly difficult to watch. It's so bad. Oh my god, this looks so good. What do you guys think? I think one color. I think I have to do one color here. I think 2 colors would be too messy. I think we have to do one color. At Korthal agreed about the marquee. Yeah, for sure. I don't know, it always irritated me. Space Wesley. Right, and then I got older, and then I liked Data. Right? Data was like super interesting to me. I loved Data. You know, and I still like Data. But then as I got even older, Riker. You know, and I still like Riker. But then the engineering, right? You know, Geordi, and then the leadership stuff, you know, when I had to, you know, when I can recognize as a dad, you know, and as a husband, the leadership stuff, then, you know, I recognize the stuff with Picard, right? And so, I don't know, there's something about, as like I grew up and matured and watched those, I identified with different characters more and more and more. And I think that's insanely good writing. You know, and to be fair, there are a lot of really bad Next Generation plot-wise. There are a lot of very bad Next Generation episodes. But character-wise, I don't know. And so maybe I'm spoiled. And then when I go to like, I just don't like anybody on Deep Space Nine. Like I like pretty much everybody on the Next Generation. Now I know Worf, you know, he shows up for a while, and O'Brien's there too, and I like O'Brien. By the way, it's really fun to watch Con Air as a Star Trek fan and see the actor Cole Meany, I think that's his name, who plays Chief O'Brien, play like you know, a just total like a-hole who swears a lot in Con Air. It's hilarious. Sub Rosa, we're looking at you. Oh, I have to remind myself. I know that's a episode name, isn't it? Yes, I thought that was it. Okay, so okay. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. Okay, so that episode. Hold on, I just got a text. I raised the temperature of the smoker to 250. Internal temperature of the pastrami was only 100 degrees. I'm waiting for smoker to get to temp and stabilize before I go back to sleep. All right, so the wife upped the temperature of the smoker. So that episode is bad, but I still like it. Like, I don't know, is this what people feel like when they watch like trash TV? Like, you know it's bad, but you still like it? I don't know. Like, I think there's way worse episodes. Like, there are some really bad episodes in season 1 and season 2. Like, really bad ones. I'm thinking the one with where Yar has to fight that other woman, and they wear like the gloves. It's really bad, and it's bad on many levels. It's not good. But Sub Rosa is just hilariously like meme worthy bad. So that's so funny. And I thought that was the one that it was. I just had to look it up and make sure. Yeah, Code of Honor. Yeah. It's Code of Honor. It's so bad. There's some other ones too that just are not memorable. And if you're going through episode by episode, you're like, ugh. You know what I mean? And you have no, like, I just don't have any, like, I was going through and showing on my family, and I was just like, I don't want to spend an hour of my life watching this. It's not good. Like, Sub Rosa, I will watch because it's hilarious. Like, it's hilariously bad. Sorry, we're talking about, I'm getting really deep in the weeds here, in Star Trek The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. I know it's very niche. But yeah, I love me a good sci-fi, and I wish, lately I've been reading so much fantasy. I guess what I'm looking for is, like, kind of tie back to the original part of this conversation, is that a sci-fi that's treated kind of like an epic fantasy treats stories. Like, there's so many epic fantasies where you get like this long war, and the social, political, economic implications of it are explored, and you know, or it'll last, you know, generations. You know, and really I'm thinking, you know, the big ones, you know, Lord of the Rings, of course, but there's other ones, you know, and I guess I want a sci-fi version of that. Big, huge ass battles, you know, and we're gonna, those are definitely in the way. We're gonna have to deal with those. We're gonna have to just delete these. So I don't know, I guess I want a sci-fi that's more like a fantasy. Yeah, you gotta go, bro. That's really bad. All right, can we maybe do a little bit of that and a little bit of that? Okay. Yeah. But I definitely did like that Peter Hamilton story, or at least certain aspects of it. Niche. I don't know. Why? How do you pronounce it? I very well could be pronouncing it wrong, but I might also make fun of you. Now I can't remember what I said. It is niche, right? But I think I said something else. Did I say niche? I think, honestly, I may have started saying that as a joke. And then it became habit. I think that may be that way. David Weber's Honor Harrington. So that's actually on my list of a story to try. I have heard that the series as a whole is kind of what I'm looking for, but then I read the description of the first book and it doesn't sound at all like what I'm looking for. So it's a little bit of a weird place. But I have heard that. And it is on my list. It's niche. Yeah, what did I say? Did I say niche? I think I said niche. Portable Death Star. That's a great name. Has followed me. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Well, I got this conversation earned Portable Death Star's follow. But I mean, come on, what do you expect? Hornblower in space. Oh, Marcus says Honor Harrington gets a second from me. Okay. Well, apparently, I mean, I asked you guys, and I'm getting Deep Space Nine and Honor Harrington, huh? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Or maybe at the very least, maybe it covers a little bit more of what I was hoping for. I remember when this started with my daughter. I was watching. We started watching Cowboy Bebop, and I'm watching the opening, and I love the spaceship and the sci-fi aesthetics. Like, I love that, and it makes me sort of want, you know, and I know the story. I haven't seen Cowboy Bebop all the way through. I've seen episodes here and there, and I want to watch it all the way through. And so I'm watching it with my daughter. I bought it on Blu-ray because that copy on Amazon sucked. There was like problems with it, like technical problems with it. Oh my God, why are you doing this? Why can't you just nudge like a normal person? Thank you. But yeah, just the opening aesthetics, I love. Niche. Well, I don't think I said Nix. We'll blame it on me being tired. How about that? We'll store it in the same place that we stored the fact that I thought these were not parallel, and they were. Deep dark back in the recesses of my mind, where I don't have to think about how I was wrong. We'll just store it there. We won't talk about it ever. Now, every time Eye in the Sky is trying to get me to listen to him about something, and I'm telling him that he's wrong, he'll be like, remember that time where you said those weren't parallel, and then they were, and I was right and you were wrong? He's gonna bring that up every time. But I can't blame him, because I'd probably do the same thing. Honestly, I do think I actually started saying niche that way, like niche, as like a joke. And then I sort of like just built the habit. As soon as you called me out on it, I was like, oh, dang, I think I said it the wrong way. All right, we're gonna have a whole side done. So let's get this in and see what it looks like with a little bit of distance. It's so bright. Let's get all the way over to the other building. Take a look. Oh, this actually doesn't need to be here. Old. Get out of here, you. Oh, night has been paused this whole time. Well, that's gonna look sick. I'm gonna have to do something around the box. Oh, it's GIF. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's definitely GIF. See, it's comments like that, eye in the sky. It's graphics. It's a G. It's not graphics. So it shouldn't be pronounced GIF. The lights really do actually accentuate the bars, but I think that's okay. Honor Heritage starts off about the character, but the series quickly expands into political and military conflict of nations as its backdrop. Okay. GF. Yes, agreed. You think it needs thinner lights? They are very thick. Here's the problem with thinner lights. We could use those. There we used these. And that'll be fine. All right, let's do this. Let's do the opposite side in the thinner lights. We'll do the opposite side in the thinner lights. And then I can't make a blueprint because these are, I won't be able to make a blueprint because it won't match the angle. So let's rebuild this. I'll do the other side. I won't delete this, because if we do decide we like the thicker one, then I would have to just redo it. You expected such a comment. I know for sure. So you didn't want to disappoint. Well, I mean, it's a good point. It's a good point. All right, let's do this side. I liked seeing the orange. Did you guys see that orange reflection for a quick second? I thought that looked really good. I was sort of thinking that the lights were thick. And so having you say that sort of reinforced the idea. What do I want to do? I think that. Yeah, I probably already like it better. You can also use the broad lights with the black sides pattern. I did inside the... Omega, morning, Ken. I hope your meeting and whatnot went well. Actually, it got canceled. It got canceled. So I have to do it again at the end of February. Or I mean, I have to try to do it again at the end of February. They messed up and they didn't put my they didn't put my item on the board. My alarm is going off. I have to do that thing I do for a couple of minutes. You remember what I mean? In case the thin lines are also not it. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember. The black sides pattern. Black sides pattern. Was it on this light? Was it on this thicker one? Yeah, but also black sides. I'm trying to remember what I did. Like this. The fuzz. I think I remember doing something like this. Just one side, but not both. Oh, like this. Oh, I can't. Oh, I would have to change the color. Oh, that's wrong. It's one of these. One of these is the background. I can't remember which one. God, I'm really shitting the bed here, guys. I didn't even select it. Oops. Wrong thing. Several times, apparently. There we go. Now, I actually really do like how that looks. Oh no. Yeah, I think it's a matter of managing the maturation of an artistic architecture in Satisfactory versus actively analyzing an algorithm. In Factorio, the former is much more conductive to external engagement. That's a lot of words, Korthal. Oh, that's what you typed before? Oh. I see. I think I agree with you. Apparently YouTube did not. Kind of like this, guys. Ooh, I kind of like it. Problem is, we have to, it's going to be a real pain to make sure that they're facing the right way. See? Take the edge off. Think it'll make the shard look sharper? What do you guys think? Here, let me try to get more of it in, and then I have to do my thing. Like a 2-minute little task I have to do on my phone. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, the teal just totally destroys the purple. In theory, I like it in theory. But, and maybe somewhere else, but probably not here. Oops. Well, I kind of like that, but I don't think I want it here. But in general, I think I like that. Somewhere else, maybe. Yeah, okay, that's what you said. God, you said the exact same thing. Not speaking over here. Yeah, wrong place. I agree. We're both on the same page there. So this will make it look thinner without having to use that thinner one. And I think it gives it depth. I think it looks awesome, actually. I'm like 95% gonna go with this. I like it better than that. I may do it a lot, actually. Okay, think about that. Give me you guys' thoughts. I need to take 2 minutes to do this task real quick that I have to do every time I stream at this time of the day. It's not medical. Somebody was like, oh, Ken, I thought it was a medical thing. No, it's just a task that I do. That I've chose to do. I used to end my streams before this time just so that I could do this thing. And then I was like, well, I could stream longer if you guys wouldn't mind me taking 2 minutes. And so that's what we've decided to do. If I made that teal really dark, it sort of kind of worked. It's interesting how that teal just sort of blew the crap out of the purple there. Well, what it is it's definitely too thick. I think we recognize that, especially if I'm going to use on every edge. And so I like the idea of essentially making it thinner and having a little bit of a 3D look, right? It kind of gives it a almost like depth perception, you know? So I can chat and read your guys' chat and stuff while I handle this. But yeah, no, Omega, what's funny is they didn't tell me till the day of, which is a little bit frustrating. And a little bit unprofessional. But that's okay. They're the client and they're the boss. So it's fine. But yeah, I had because I wrote a presentation and I sent them the presentation 2 days earlier. And they knew then, because of the way that, you know, board meetings work, that my item wasn't going to be on the agenda. So it'd have been really nice to know that, but that's fine. And so then they moved it to the last Wednesday in February. The problem is that I'm going to be at a conference. That's the last day of the conference, but I'm going to be there. And so now what I have to do is I have to leave the last day of the conference instead of it going to lunch. Like the conference usually goes to lunch and then we like fly home and then we're home by the evening. I have to leave. The flight is at 7 o'clock in the morning. So, because I have to leave out of a really small city, because I don't have time to drive to the bigger city that has more flights. So, I'm leaving out of this little tiny airport at 7 in the morning. Yeah, so that I can fly up back home. I'll get home at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then I'll probably take a nap. And then I got to drive 2 hours to get to the Bay Area to have my meeting. So yeah, good times. Just soften the edges of the shard. I think it kind of looks like a knife there. You think the other direction. You're thinking maybe the other direction. I think it looks like it sharpens, not softens the edge. But I'll do more, and we'll do a check. Yeah, it's a very large district, school district, so there's gonna be a lot of people there. I kind of down deep in my animal brain kind of like want to get nervous or feel like I should get nervous about doing something like that, but then I basically just decide and refuse to get nervous. And just, you know, I'm just gonna do my presentation. And I don't think at this point in my career there's any question about my subject matter that I'll be presenting on that I won't know the answer to, or won't know how to respond. There's no gotcha questions at this point for me, you know. I just know it too much. I know it too well, and so I'm not really worried about. In that sense, I'm not nervous, you know. The only real chance of me making a mistake is if I step in something politically. And I don't mean like politics like you might think of politics. I mean like local politics. Like this group wants the high school gym done and they think it's going to happen, and that group wants the elementary school kindergarten classrooms done and they think it's going to happen, and then I mention one and not the other, and the other side gets mad because we're not doing, the district said they were going to do their project but the consultant didn't include it in his description, and so like that's what I mean, like that kind of a stupid politics thing. I don't mean like politics in the vernacular that we may use them often. I mean like stupid local stuff. So that's what I'm sort of studying up on, to make sure that I know what's going on locally so that I don't do something like that. But my actual material and what I'm actually presenting on and what I actually completed for them, I'm talking about my day job, by the way, guys. I'm not worried about that at all. I know that stuff backwards and forwards. That's part of the problem, actually. It's one of the reasons why I'm not as interested in it anymore. It's just kind of, I know it too well. I haven't memorized. All right, am I done? I might be done. Are we ready to get back to it? Yes, we're ready to get back to it. Oh my gosh, I lost 10 people, 10 viewers on YouTube while I was doing that task. I gained some people on Twitch though. Okay, guys, we're gonna finish strong. I want to sort these lights. All right, so what do you guys think? Let's do two outside things. Oh, look. Streaming? Yeah, well, I think the streaming is a... Uh-oh. We switched. I think the streaming is almost, it's an effect, not a cause. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think that I'm comfortable public speaking because I streamed, because I have experience streaming. I think I chose to do streaming because I'm comfortable public speaking. I guess, if that makes sense. Well, I mean, I wasn't always. Of course, most people, you know, most people aren't born comfortable. Ooh, did I not flip that? Oh, I did. The choir experience that I have, that helped. I realized at some point in choirs, I thought to myself, why are we nervous, right? What are we worried about? Well, you're worried about not doing your best. But the thing is that the act of being nervous when you're singing causes you to sing badly, causes you not to do your best. So it's like this, like, self-fulfilling prophecy. You're worried you're not going to do well, so you're nervous, and then the act of being nervous makes you not do well. Just choose not to be nervous, because what you're worried about is that you won't do well. But for me, I know it's a mind trick, right? And I'm not saying it works for everybody, but for me, I was just like, I know that I don't want to do badly, but I know that being nervous will cause me to do badly. That's why I'm nervous. So let's break the cycle and make a decision. I'm just not going to be nervous. It's not going to be that big of a deal. If I mess it up, chances are they won't even notice, you know, and I definitely won't be helping myself if I, know, start getting all shaky voice. You know what I mean? Okay, guys, what do you think? Hard edge on the inside. Hard edge on the outside. Ooh, another thing to think about, these are gonna meet. Oh, shit. I think the hard edges have to face each other. I don't think we can do it any other way. I think that's the answer to the question. I think they have to face each other, and I think it's gonna look bad ass. Like, it's gonna look too good. The real problem is gonna be me figuring out which side goes where. I essentially have to redo this whole thing. But the good news is, I think it'll be worth it. There is a way to check. There's a way to know. There's little nubbies. Do the nubbies go on the bottom or the top? The nubbies go on the black side. Do you see the little nub? See this nub right here? That guy right there? So he exists on what I think is the bottom. But in our case, it doesn't matter. He exists on the dark side. He doesn't exist on the light side. And I can barely see the nub. So this is how I'm gonna have to make sure we do it. Yeah, and dark and hard edge. Oh, that's gonna look so freaking, I almost dropped the real F word there. Sick. It's gonna look so sick. We gotta do it. And that includes the edges, right? This one's easy. It's facing itself, it's in the mirror, but it includes these over here, right? Because if you look at it at an angle like this, they're gonna face the center like that. They're gonna face each other. We'll have some interesting choices over here, but we'll probably mirror, right? Because these will be in parallel. Oh, well, no, they need to face each other. Then they can't face each other there. We have 3. This one's gonna be tough. This one definitely goes that way. Question is, which way does this go? Does it match that side, or does it match that side? And this one definitely goes that way. Maybe we make this one hard on both sides. I don't know. Can I move back a bit? Yeah. God, I hope I have enough time to do all this tonight, you guys. I may not. I do have company coming over. Crap, I'm falling. I can't really move back anymore. Here, let me... Alright, I can move back a little. I think they have to face the middle. I think that looks sick. So sharp to sharp at the corners too. Or hard edge. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by hard, or by sharp, but I think you mean hard, the hard edge. Yeah, I think so. So let's do this one. Let's concentrate on getting this side done. In this case, yeah, so this is the wrong way. It would flip around. I know for sure this way. It's a little irritating because we have to redo a bunch of this, but sometimes you gotta get, you know, you gotta try stuff and you gotta get it to where you can look at it before you can decide if you like it or not. So building it wrong becomes part of the process to get it right. Those are all backwards. And I can tell what's... Oh, bro. Killing me with the autosaves. I can tell what the right direction is now, because I'm looking at the nubbies. You gotta be careful looking at the nubbies. Can't stare too long. Can't stare too long. You can use 3 of the thinnest lights to go light to dark to light, where there are 3 beams. Maybe we can get creative over there for sure. I don't know if I'm 100% following you. Oh, I think I am now. So basically, well, I think I like that. Why are you being this way? I see what you're saying. You're calling the light side the sharp side? Yeah. The hard edge versus the gradient. Yeah. I think I know what you're saying. So you're saying basically a smaller version of, you know, smaller version of this, essentially. The only problem is, or reverse, dark to light, 3 beams. Yeah, we're talking about this, right? Yeah. Well, we'll think about the 3-way later. We probably won't even get to that tonight. I won't be able to pull 12 hours tonight, unfortunately. So let's get this side done though. Stop it with the pasting. At least one of these is correct. Yeah, no, I take good ideas no matter where they come from, even if they come from eye in the sky. Oh, that's still wrong. All right, hold on. Hold up, you. New season of Invincible comes out in a few weeks. actually in a week. So I've been rewatching. I didn't realize it was that close. I'm gonna have to rewatch harder. And I'm gonna have to watch like multiple episodes a day if I'm gonna get it done on time. Yeah. Well, I have a thought in the back of my head, Corothal, that where I'm thinking that may not exactly work like you're thinking. But I don't know for sure. And it's not really worth kind of diving into yet because we can't really experiment with it. And honestly, we won't be experimenting with it until next week. Because I think I'm going to focus on this side, get this done. And at that point, we'll be at close to 9 hours, and that'll probably be all she wrote. But maybe we do this. Maybe we decide on something, get the start of it in over there tonight so that I remember what the hell we were thinking about doing next time. You know? Because we wouldn't want to totally forget. Yeah, they may not have this background, or they may not kind of look the same way, but we'll take a look. We should definitely take a look tonight. Speed editor battery is low, 0% remaining. I think I totally forgot to plug it in after editing. I have to flip that one around. It looks so good. It looks really good. It's gonna give this building a really, really cool feel to it. No, Gursey, the reason is because, and I thought about it. The reason is because each of these sit on a. I mean, if I recreated this angle, I'd have to recreate these angles. And these are not straight. If this was straight and plumb, then I wouldn't have. I could do that, but these are all kind of custom angles, and so each one has to be placed flat against a metal the metal pillar to take on those characteristics of the tilt and you know, the tilt and the rotation. If I put a blueprint and I try to do that as a blueprint, it won't take on the tilt and the rotation of the small metal pillar. It will remain in whatever tilt and rotation that it's built on in the blueprint. Does that make sense? Because I love using blueprints for shit like this, but I think in this case we're probably SOL. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so this whole thing here, let's take a step back a little bit. Oh my god, game autosave in 8 hours. So this whole thing, the shard from London, this is on a an 85-degree tilt, right? So this is slightly tilted. They're also on angles, right? So they're pointed, and so yeah, they're not straight up and down. But basically, I'm making not this. I'll make that for another building that was up from a earlier conversation. I'm making this, right? And so obviously, right, they're not straight up and down because it comes to a point. So I'm trying to match that that back tilt, and then we're on the edge, so the edge also isn't straight because these panels come to points as well as being leaned backwards, and so there's a rotation and a tilt. And each one of these is different. I could possibly design a blueprint that worked. The issue is that we got to put the nubbies on the outside. It probably wouldn't work for any of the other ones. You know, so I'd be kind of you know, stuck there. So tedious. Yeah, I mean, it is tedious, but at the same time, oh wait, yeah, we need light on the, yeah, we need this. I want this one. Yeah, like it is tedious, but we're hanging out, you know, and we're having a good time, and we're chatting, and you know, Satisfactory is about the journey, not the destination. And if you chuckled to yourself when I said that, and you're wondering if I said that on purpose, the answer is yes. Yes, I did. I really decided to make myself difficult on myself. Yeah, well, okay, so to be fair, I didn't realize how difficult it was when I decided to do the shard. Okay, so, you know, let's not get too carried away. But yes, I definitely did. But yeah, no, I'm making a city. I don't know if I've showed you this yet. I'm making a city in Satisfactory. We're doing a cyberpunk themed city, and I'm trying to use real world buildings. This is Nakatomi Plaza. This is my Fixmas factory. I tried to get a doggo named Hans up here, but the game wouldn't let me take a doggo that high up in the game. We're pretty high up. So this is Nakatomi Plaza. I have a whole video. This is my Fixmas factory. I took 8th. They just announced the contest winners this week. I took 8th. So I'm pretty happy with that. Those are Fibonacci spirals. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's something going on with these snowmen that shan't be discussed. So we've got a highway system that I've got. This is going to be the yeah, thanks Gung Ho. This is going to be the central storage, and then I've got everything planned in a spreadsheet. So all these factories are going to work together. That's the Fixmas factory. We're here standing at the basics factory and kind of looking across the freeway there. I'm gonna probably do overpasses. I want a full city. I do have a subway system. The trains are bringing in everything, the raw materials under each building, and then it'll go up and feed the building's machines. So a whole street system, roads interconnect with the freeway. I have a little extra space here, so I'll probably build a gas station. Maybe some sort of one-way circle and a gas station. I don't know. As the trucks that are going back and forth between these 4 factories, they need fuel, and the main fuel is going to be provided for trucks dropping off materials to the central storage in the lobby down there. So I don't know. We're still working on it. But yeah, I definitely I'm not shying away from it, that's for sure. Yeah, you suck. Yeah, and I don't use I do not use infinite nudge. I don't use any mods that affect building. I have 2 mods. One affects the sky, and I have an extra inventory. I guess in a way extra inventory affects building, but I look at it like, because I'm a streamer, I don't want to spend so much time, you know, running back and forth for more materials in my inventory. But the actual construction of everything can be done vanilla, right? That's, I think, what's important to me. This building is definitely the most challenging to box in of the 4. Yeah, I think so. Congratulations on making the top 10. I hadn't said that before. I would have placed you higher on that list personally. There was some good stuff there. I think that, yeah, I can understand my placement. I also would have understood a higher placement. I don't know if that makes sense. Both things would have seemed appropriate to me. I do understand not getting first place. That first place world was unreal. But I know the counter argument to that, and I can't say that I necessarily disagree. Gursy, your city is going to be beautiful. I'm doing something similar in my save, including a road network with gas stations, but I'm more doing individual villages rather than one massive city. Oh, well, that's cool too. Yeah, my first playthrough that I did on YouTube, that I showed, my very first YouTube videos, really, it was during Update 8, and I made Star Wars Mega Factories. So I had a Super Star Destroyer, the Jedi Temple. I had the Imperial Archive building from Rogue One. But I kind of had a hankering to do something where the factories worked more closely to each other. And where, because kind of in that save, I had these really massive, awesome, like big factories, right? Like I had this like big factory on the Gold Coast, right? And looked really cool. But then like there was like nothing except for trains. And then I had a really big factory up in the Spire Coast, you know, that was the Senate building. Inside the Senate building was cool, but like it was hard for me to kind of decorate the whole thing because everything was spread out. And so, you know, I kind of was noodling this idea of this cyberpunk city. even while I was doing that one. But that one turned out really well. The video did really well too. The final, like, tour video of my update 8 save. It did well too. So I'm happy with that. You were watching when you turned on the drones. Good, nice, awesome. That was a fun time. Yeah, several of the entries were too much cute and on the factory. Like, yeah, like the Santa that was all beams. Yeah, I get it. They weren't really making much. And it was more of a sculpture. I mean, I guess I did something like that too, but to me, kind of everything was in service to the theme. I mean, not everything. I mean, it's not like Snowman Summoning Circle was in Die Hard. Could have been. Plus, they were probably in the It's Not a Christmas Movie. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're wrong. Anybody who thinks Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie. I could give you very specific reasons why it is, and not just that it takes place during Christmas. Maybe I'll argue with Eye in the Sky over that. Bum 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 bum. Oh, way wrong. Bum bum bum. Any movie's a Christmas movie if you want it to be. Now, it's an action Christmas movie. You know, it's not a Hallmark Christmas movie. But still one. You're cooking. We'll argue about it later. Sounds good. Rain check on that argument. Eye in the Sky and I are very cordial about our arguments. It was like I think it was a Family Guy where they were making fun of the British, which is most Family Guys, but I think it was like a cutaway, and he was like, It was something like, they're more rude than, you know, those two English people have, two English men having an argument. You know, and I can't remember. And then one guy's standing on the side of the road. That's what it was. He's standing on the side of the road, and then another guy pulls up in his car. You know, and it's like a very stereotypical, like, you know, British guy, and he's like, "Oh, Reginald," and then the guy looks at him that's standing on the side. He goes, "I disagree," and then like drives off, and the guy's like super mad. You know, it's like a drive-by disagreement. It's super funny. I'm so tired. I can't even remember why I was telling that story. Oh, me and I in the sky. We're very oh, that's wrong. Yeah, those are wrong. We're very cordial about our disagreements. I disagree. Until he pisses me off, which doesn't happen very often, but it has happened. And I go just like absolute like ape shit in the channel for about 2 minutes. And then I feel really bad. No, why? I spun you around. Why do you hate me? I'm dying. You're such a nerd. Hey, shut up, Pee-wee. Oh my god, I don't understand what's happening here. There's something evil, something evil's happening. Thank you. Dude, you think that's nerdy? I was talking about Star Trek The Next Generation episodes by name for like an hour and a half tonight. One little Family Guy story doesn't... No, that's wrong. That's wrong again, isn't it? Oh my lord. Please, the love of everything. How are we gonna do this guy? See what this looks like. Oh. Nubs are dark. Not very nice. Not a very nice thing to say. Talking about nubs that way. I wish these came to a little bit better of a point, but I think we'll let it go for now. Don't feel bad. Eyes don't have feelings even though they cry. It's true. That looks great. I'm really happy with it, and kind of takes a little bit of that, no pun intended, the edge off of the harshness. All right, so what you were thinking is this side. Let's get this idea out tonight, and we'll put it, you know, where I can sort of see it and remember it for next time. So if we do this side, the idea is that the lights face each other, right? The dark edges face away from the light next to it. So it's almost like there's a light between them, and it gets darker the farther it gets away from the light between them. The Louvre. It reminds me of, we were talking about sci-fi earlier. One of my favorite sci-fi movies recently. Well, one of my favorite sci-fi movies. The end takes place at the Louvre. The climactic scene happens in the Louvre. If anybody knows what sci-fi movie where the climactic scene happens in the Louvre, tell me what you think. All right, so here's the problemo. This side needs to be as such. Sonder got it. Like really fast too. I love that movie. That's a very, very underrated movie. Then what goes here and what goes here? This one's easy. This one's the opposite. Oh, I built it in the wrong spot though. All right, so what goes here? Do we face it that way? So it looks really good, like down here and on that edge up there, like it'll look really good. Or do we face it this way? No. Maybe in this case, we turn this one around and face it towards that one. Because we have the same problem here. So maybe two wrongs make a right. And then this side over here is just really unique. I think I might do this. All right, so we go like that, we go like that. And then no. No, 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 no. I gotta stop taking baths during Peter's shenanigans. Oopsie. All right, what do you think? Those two lights face each other. These two darks face each other. And those two lights face each other. That's probably the best we're gonna get. What should we do with this box? I want to light the box. We could just do it that thin bro. I'll just do thin bro hand. Yeah, always outer edge hard. Yeah, here's the problem though. What I'm thinking though is that two that you can see each other, the hard sides face each other. And these are on the same side. So this one would be different. Cause that one to be different. If I face the hard edges towards each other on this, then what do we do with this guy? Could we perhaps do what? That's hitting all the wrong buttons. The problem is the lines that I don't like. So that middle one we could do. Can't type, your kitchen, see ya. All right, man, later. Well, we don't have to decide it right now. But it does make me wonder, maybe we... I think that just looks too good. Too good to not do. Does this one have nubbies? Cannot tell. Corners can be a pair. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And that I'm gonna treat them that way. But what if there's a guy in the middle of and he can make a pair in the right or the left? I guess I'm asking, I know corners can be a pair, but must they be a pair? Come on. There we go. All right, looking good. Let's finish this off. This is why my Star Wars save got down to an FPS of about 8. Because I like lights. Uh-oh. Houston, we have a problem. Oh, the ones that were built. The ones that were built with this guy in the way, they were flipping for some reason. Yeah, I thought about it. I thought about switching to the teal color. I did think about it, but I think I want to mostly do one color per building. I'm gonna run this across the top, and then we'll see how we like it. I might add sides, but that also might be too much. Almost done. Want to grab a picture? All right, let's see what we can see. Ooh, I'm gonna have to do the outside edges. It'll look weird without them. Shoot. You have to do them now. can't do that. Ooh. They're not gonna let me. That's what I should have probably done here. I'm gonna have to redo this. Make a nice clean crap. We're just we're gonna take the picture. Let's lock it in though. Dumb. I know better on signs than that. Yeah, that's the move. That looks really clean. Okay, so we're gonna take a picture. Let's do a little something like... a little higher. Basically where I had it before. Oh, I don't like the sun there. Moon. Oh, that's nice. I didn't turn on right click to toggle high res. We're getting there, guys. A lot got done tonight. I really can't wait to play Satisfactory every night. We're getting closer and closer. So tonight, 15 hours, 15 to 16 hours from now, I will be online again, and I will be playing Factorio. We will not hit Satisfactory again until a week from today, until I finish Factorio. And then we will be hitting it 5 to 7 nights a week, but not yet. Not yet. So get your other entertainment handled, because I'm going to be hitting it hard and fast. That's what she said. All right. 36 viewers on Twitch. We're gonna find somebody to raid. YouTube, like on the VOD would be amazing if you wish to do so. Otherwise, I will see you guys in my Discord and or the next stream. Twitch, we're gonna find somebody to raid, and I think it's gonna probably be, unless anybody else is. Oh my gosh. There's another person named Kin playing what looks like Satisfactory. How do we not do this? Oh, they're not playing Satisfactory. They're doing something else. It says they're playing Satisfactory, but they're not. Looking at pictures. Her name is Continue. Kintinue. She's watching YouTube Shorts. So we're gonna probably go with Frucci, but that's just very sticking out to me. That's hilarious. All right, Frucci it is.
And that OneNote material, and then you can. I mean, basically,
All right, guys.
Right now, you turn your
We just raided Frucci. We're all done here, and I'll see you guys next time.
Make your first
Love you.
construction.